because
hang on, we're going
live.
We're going live. We're going live.
Right.
We're going live. Woo, 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 woo. High energy. Woo. Beginning of the show. Yay. Woo. So, hello, everyone. Let's go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. This is the Anglo Gang, episode number 22. We're here every Thursday at 7 o'clock, and we'll be talking about the news, and we're talking about English politics from an English ethno-nationalist point of view, without any of
We're
this
friends
terrible...
with Academic Agent and Millennial Woes. So
we love...
in.
We're trying to get a segment on Millennial, right? But Millennial Woes has not replied yet to the message, but I'm sure we'll be on there this year. Been trying for 8 years. We'll get on there one day. But anyway, trigger warning at the beginning of the show. Peace and love live stream. We love everybody. We don't want to offend anybody, and we're against violence. On the news today, we're going to have an epic flat earth debate. It's only going to go on for an hour though, because I do recognize that nobody in the audience wants to watch it and nobody's interested, but we're going to do it anyway because we said we would. But to be fair, actually, there's not really that much news today. We've got the Tory election stuff. We've got Genric. I've got a few cool Trump videos which are quite funny. We've got the Falklands, which appears to have been memory hold. A Jewish company is stealing our oil, and absolutely nobody is talking about it. We've got grooming gangs have been, if you look at the Wikipedia page for grooming gangs, it's been turned into the grooming gang moral panic, which is interesting on Wikipedia. Switzerland has banned the burqa with a referendum. Lee Harvey Oswald has declared that he's a patsy. I found a video of that. Maybe we'll look at that. That'd be fun. I also want to talk about Tommy Robinson. Just got some dirt on him. He's been having a massive fight with Dan Bilzerian. So it's like Dan Bilzerian's like converting to Islam, and Tommy Robinson's converting to Judaism. And they're just like, well, he's got a photo of himself reading the Quran. It's like, whatever. Anyway, they're fighting. That's kind of funny. And we've got the golden one. I want to talk about him because he's advocating for entryism. But that's pretty much all I got. Apart from that, it is the epic Anglo Gang flat
of which
Earth.
Tharium has let the side down. I can't believe this. He's not shown up this week.
Well, this is the thing, because this is the thing. I have actually, even before the debate has started, to be fair, I've actually won the debate because he's dropped out. So... he got scared.
Bitch made, basically. Bitch made.
He got scared of the flat earth. He sent me a message. He threw his toys at the plan, and he sent me a message, and he said, "I'm never coming on your show again. Your fucking Anglo Gang thing is retarded, and I hate the flat earth. The flat earth is a globe. I'm a globalist, and I love globalism. And fuck you, you're not my dad." That's what he said. God. Yeah, he sent that to me in a message. I was like, fuck, man, calm down. Yeah, I was like, chill out, bro. Yeah. And I was like, look, I know I slept with your mom, but that was like 20 years ago. It doesn't actually...
All right, dude.
Doesn't mean I'm your father, right? A lot of guys fucked your mom back then, and I was one of them. It doesn't mean I'm your dad, but he's really upset. He's really upset, so... Give him some. Everybody send him a message. Give him some love from the Anglo Gang. He's always welcome back, and come back at any time. You've muted yourself. Anyway, we've got.
I pulled my mic out. In the middle of that. I was trying to stop you in the middle and say, whoa! Don't push this too far. You do want him to come on again, don't you? And I pulled my mic out and just let you ramble on. Oh my God, you've probably done it now.
Well, he's my son, so I will always love my son. I will always love my son.
How did he end up with a posher accent than you then?
Yeah, that's a long story. That's a long story.
Right, you're obviously brought up by his mother.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
absent father. More proof that you're black.
That's why I don't queue in the pub. That's why I don't queue in the pub. It's all explained now.
Oh my God.
Fuck. Anyway, before we actually we're not even going to do the flat earth because we're currently being stood up by a girl again, second week running. Okay, well done, Elvis. Elvis is not in the. Oh, Elvis has arrived. Elvis is in the building.
Let's go.
So,
Welcome, Presley.
yeah, we are live right now, I see. Um,
Yeah, we're live.
did you post the link for it on Twitter? Like
No,
the pop-up
I'm
link?
too lazy and disorganized to do things like that. I just
Oh, okay.
yeah, I just about managed to get here at roughly 7 o'clock every Thursday, and that's about as far as it goes, essentially.
Right, okay. Well,
I also managed to get out of bed this morning and clean my teeth, and I had a shower. So we're on a roll today.
oh, good. Well, we might get some more listeners if we did just make a small post of it.
Yeah, you post it. You go for it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
you
Oh,
post
I've
it.
posted it. I've posted it.
you did?
But yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to
Did
share
you?
this because I've been itching to share this. I want to have this as the introduction to the
Like,
show, but it's just so fucking good. I've been watching this like all week long.
We're living under a corporate and medical point. We're living under a corporate and medical fascism. This is tyranny. When do we get to use the gun? No, and I'm not. That's not a joke. I'm not saying it like that. I mean, literally, where's the line? How many elections are they going to steal before we kill these people?
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
wow, shocking, hard disavow.
Oh man, I think that should just be the introduction to the show, even though it's American. I know, but we don't have our English version of it. But
Dude,
anyway.
we're not trying to get a prevent visit. I mean, come on, let's.
Hard disavow, peace and
Yeah.
love live stream.
Exactly.
But if
This is a comedy show, everybody.
it's a comedy show. Yeah, but it's a foreign country. Is it bad to advocate for a revolution in a foreign country? Is that against the law?
Probably. I'm not good. Probably. Let's just assume it is.
What if I advocate for a revolution in China? That's okay.
Yeah, the scale is: do we like them or not? And
Are they on our side?
are they in the
Anglo
axis
sphere?
of evil or not?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. So Presley, how long have we got you for this week?
just about the same time. About an hour, I'd say. Hour, maybe 20 minutes.
Hour and 20 minutes. Right. So we're going to do the flat Earth debate, the epic flat Earth debate, and it's going to last for an hour. And then we're going to talk about the news, and that is the plan for the show. Everybody's run away. I've already officially won the debate because Tharium has bitched out. He hasn't turned up, so there you go. But I mean, nonetheless, we'll get into it. So I asked people to watch this video, right? And we're going to vaguely. So the plan is just to talk about this, basically. So I was going to watch the video, or is that going to be too boring? I don't know. But I was just going to watch because the thing about this debate is right? Let's be fair, is that it is kind of like a oh, hang on. Let me just pause that. It is kind of like a visual debate, so it's kind of hard to it's hard for me to sit here and talk about you have to see the images. Do you know what I mean? So I don't really know how. This is one reason why I've never really pushed the subject matter. When you're talking about politics, you can just ramble on about shit. If you're talking about flat Earth, you kind of got to see the pictures.
Well, look, if you look into the comments, I briefly looked at this. There you go. There's the timestamps. Maybe a little bit of each one. We can't do the whole thing.
Well, I went through it on Twitter. Some of these proofs, right? By the way, let's just back up here. This guy is called Eric DeBay. Okay, so if anybody doesn't know, he is the original flat Earth dude. He started promoting this stuff 2015. I noticed it on the internet first. So if anybody's interested in this subject matter, he's the guy to go to, because there's a lot of people out there who are just totally full of shit. Interesting enough, he's the guy who originally red-pilled me on the JQ. So there you go. Because this flipping guy, he was just talking about the second. He was talking about everything. He was talking about the Second World War, and he was talking, and he had a link to oh, my mind's gone blank. American David Duke, you know, and talking about Zionism, and he's talking about, oh, you know, Alex Jones will never talk about the Zionists, and boom, 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 boom. He doesn't talk about these subject matters anymore, but 8 years ago he did. And so he kind of like led me to David Duke and led me to the whole Zionist question. And yeah, so this guy like blew my mind away. But anyway, Eric Dubay is the father of the flat earth movement, in case you're wondering, right? Now,
can I do the anti-intro to him? Because
yeah,
like
go
this
on.
is
Yeah.
So the anti-intro to him. I mean, yes, everything what Bruce is saying is right, but effectively what he did, okay, just so that you got the other perspective.
Someone's laughing at my sidebar. I'm a bit embarrassed. What was on my sidebar? Nothing gay. Just anything.
Your watch history is going to betray you.
I know. Fuck, dude. I watch a lot of
Like-
movie shit, to be honest with you. I don't think there's anything really
Yeah,
bad.
that's
Yeah,
your
okay.
curated list. Anyway, look,
Anyway.
so the anti-Eric Dubay intro is that he is a guy who found this book that was out of print in like 1800 something, Zetetic Astronomy or something, Zetetic Flat Earth, and he plagiarized it and published this video and this book on the internet. And then what he went around doing was mixing it with red pills around the time, like you say, you know, like, I don't know, the JQ and like a bit of nationalism and all this kind of stuff, and we ended up with this movement of, well, it's poisoning the punch bowl is what I'm trying to say. Is it?
Right.
Is how you've put it across is, wow, it's like been this red pilling force. The other argument is that he was a well poisoner.
So you think the whole thing's a psyop?
It's possibly a psyop, and it's possibly just somebody making a buck. Probably a bit of
Okay.
it too.
Sorry, go on, Presley.
Well, I will say that when watching the video, I didn't watch the entire thing. I think up until like 20 or 30 minutes into it. And I mean, to be honest, some of the things, you know, it seemed like he did have, you know, a point on, like the cloud formations, you know, and the cloud formations looking as if that they've been copy and pasted. But the way that the guy goes about trying to tell you that flat Earth is the real truth, it's, you know, it's like what I had commented there on Twitter the other day. You know, I almost feel like that if I don't believe what he says, that I'm going to be in trouble, you know, and
You will be.
I don't like that kind of preachy vibe. And I remember too, a few years ago, I had briefly mentioned it there in the chat about Mr. Astrotheology, otherwise known as Santos Bonacci. He's a huge flat earther.
Yeah.
And I did live stream with him once back in 2020.
Oh, really? Oh, so
Yeah.
you're in contact with him?
Well, I used to be, but he took down the video because well, I was friends with him on Facebook, and he would just post like these just crazy things, like talking about how meat eaters are all going to hell and they're horrible people and da da da
Yeah.
da. And it's just
I agree.
it was intense.
I agree.
That's all I eat.
I don't, but I just well, the thing was that I had commented on one of these posts that he had, and I just simply said, look, you know, okay, you know, I kind of understand your point maybe, but going about it like this, you're not going to be convincing anybody to hop onto, you know, this bandwagon that you're talking about, you know, to become vegan. You know, if you really want people to become vegan as you want, then, you know, tone it down a little bit, you know, act like you have some sense. I mean, I didn't say that part, but, you know, that was my train of thought. So after that, he had blocked me on Facebook and took down our live stream from YouTube.
Oh.
So there you have it. And
yeah, a bad flat Earth experience. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I would say in response to that, I'm not a vegan. I'm a vegetarian. I'm what is known as a lacto-vegetarian. So
Mhm.
basically, it's just a term. It means a veggie that drinks milk and cheese and etc. etc. That is the original vegetarianism. That's the vegetarianism they have in India and in China. It's something that's been practiced for a long, long time, and it's healthy. And veganism is psychotic because they're not getting the correct nutrients, because they're not getting any milk. And so essentially they're starving themselves, and that makes them really aggressive. It makes them like, because they're hungry, and so they're projecting their hunger onto other people. They're like, why aren't you starving like me? And so they tend to like just be really preachy and just go like on and on and on. And Eric Debay is also a vegan, funny enough. So I do agree with you on that one.
He claims he is. Half of these people, half of these vegans who claim there was like this vegan movement on YouTube around the same time as Flat Earth. So I think the two are correlated. Actually, Presley makes an interesting point. I'd noticed this, and Eric Dubay is a vegan. So, but half of them ended up, exposing themselves as not being vegan. There was
Well, they probably
Jurian Ryder guy
yeah.
and his girl. Banana Girl, not Presley. Presley's here with us. Banana Girl, something, and Jurian Ryder from Australia, and there's a whole scene of it.
Yeah, I don't know any of these people. No, I dislike vegans because it kind of messes up my restaurant experience, to be honest with you, because you don't get like because if you're running a restaurant, you're going to have like one meal which is for the vegetarians, and so all of those meals have been turned into vegan meals to satisfy the vegans. Do you know what I mean? Because the veggie will just buy the vegan food, right? So it's kind of like it's just ruined it. So yeah, no. Anyway, Presley. No, I appreciate your comment there. Yeah, I mean, other people have made fun out of Eric Debay. They've said that he is, they make fun of him for doing flat Earth rap, and I don't know. He said some crazy stuff, like he doesn't believe in God. He doesn't think Jesus existed. Like he's an imaginary person, and I don't know. He's got some crazy ideas about stuff. I mean, he's also a secret neo-Nazi. He loves Adolf Hitler. So, I'm not saying the guy's perfect. I'm just saying that he is what he is, and he is the origin of the flat Earth movement.
I think what Presley was touching upon, though, is that flat Earth became a cult, and they're very aggressive. The flat earthers, not like you, Bruce, but the people who like to do this as their bread and butter, they're very aggressive about that. You have to believe it, and they jump into other people's comments and chats, and it's flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, and you're a glober, and you're a retard if you don't get it, and all this nonsense.
Right.
Yeah, and it's that right there that sends me red flags, and it has me thinking, okay, yeah, I am open to there being a flat Earth. I mean, I have no problem with that idea, if it were true. But I mean, I honestly can't really say if it really is true. However, there is the hollow Earth idea, and that one I believe much more so than the flat Earth.
Right.
Well, by the end of tonight, you're both going to be globe earthers. You're both going to be satisfied that the Earth is a 3D spinning ball, okay?
Have you got the epic evidence? Have you got the video clip? Have you got the photo?
I've got a few things prepared.
You got a few things, have you? Have you done prep? Have you really?
I've got a little bit. I've got a few. I always come with a few links. So.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Yeah. No, well, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm not very cultish. Like, I just think it's interesting. I obviously come at the whole subject matter from a religious point of view. My argument, as I've said many times before, I believe in God. If you believe in God, then God is the origin of everything. If God's the origin of everything, then it means life and color and emotion and personality also comes from him, which means God is a person. If God's a person, you're going to scratch your head and you're going to ask, well, what religion in the world describes God as a person? The only one is the Vedic religion, which says that Vishnu is God or Krishna is God. And so that's why I follow that religion. And that religion, in the cosmology in the Bhagavatam, it describes Vedic cosmology. And essentially it says there's one sun, there's one moon, and the earth is flat, and heaven is above, and hell is below, and that's the system which all ancient religions believed in. And in my opinion, we live in Kali Yuga, and everybody's lying, and the world is essentially just run by flipping shape-shifting demons, and everything is really, really bad, much worse than people think it is. And they want us to believe that we're in a globe, because they want to essentially destroy heaven and they want to destroy hell, right? Because in the past, people would believe that heaven was a real place above us and hell was a real place below us. And so they would follow religion because they'd want to go to heaven and they want to avoid going to hell. And once you've ripped that out and you've said that Earth is just a rock spinning in an infinite void, you've kind of you haven't eliminated God, so to speak, but you've eliminated a lot of it. You've eliminated heaven and hell. Now, heaven and hell is just like an abstraction. The realms of the gods, it's just like not something that's real. It's an imaginary thing. And so they've created this new religion, this new cosmology where you've got Star Trek, you've got Star Wars, you've got this giant fantasy of people getting into spaceships and flying around the universe. And there's no scarcity. There's an infinite universe for us to explore, and we can go anywhere. And there's a dream, and blah blah blah. It's just like the American dream on steroids. Essentially, it's like manifest destiny in outer space. It's a dream of infinite expansion, and it's not real, in my opinion. It's fake and a distraction.
And
And
anything goes. That whole mindset, the hedonistic mindset, anything goes. You can be free, be whoever that you want.
yeah, you can have gay space communism, basically.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Yeah, it's a similar kind of mindset. That does make sense, which actually does bring me to this one point. About it was a few years ago when I started to look into flat Earth, and I remember Santos Bonacci. He was talking a lot about Ptolemy and about his book called The Almagest. And I thought, oh wow, I want to check that out. So I went to the library, got the book, and I read like the first 50 pages into it, and he actually does go over flat Earth a little bit. He goes over the shape of the Earth, about all of the different possibilities that the Earth could be shaped. And he says, okay, if the Earth were shaped as a cube, then this would mean that we would look up into the sky, that the stars will be rising and falling in this way. And likewise, if the Earth was, it was a pyramid, the stars be rising and falling in this other way. And he went through all these different shapes, and I don't remember the exact stellar movements he had discussed. He went over flat Earth. He says, and if the Earth was flat, then the stars would rise and fall in this way. And basically, he went through all of these, showing that obviously we don't see the stars moving in any of these ways, except for the spherical Earth, and that's what makes the most sense. Now, but also, well, what I'd like to mention is that in his cosmology, the Earth was the center of the universe, and it was the very largest object. To where, say if any asteroid, he said, were to collide into Earth, it might kind of shake it just a little bit. If it was a great huge one, but basically that collision will be swallowed up into the Earth's gravity, and it's not really going to destroy the Earth or anything, because the Earth is so much more vast than anything else in the universe. And what you were talking about this newer cosmology of the Earth being this lonely planet and this immense void, just kind of atomized and undermining the God religious principle. Well, this geocentric Earth that Ptolemy talks about, where it's the largest object in the whole universe, that kind of clears that atomization out of the way, to where, no, we're not just this lonely planet in the middle of nowhere. And it does still provide a way to visualize a heaven above and a hell below.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't really know much about. Do you know what? I can't even pronounce the guy's name. That's why I get stuck. I can't even say it. Ptolemy. How do you say the guy's name?
Ptolemy, the P is
Ptolemy.
silent.
Oh, the P is silent. Yeah, I don't even. I don't really know much about Ptolemy. Um, I mean, it's an interesting idea. I guess the thing about everything that he said is that he didn't have the video evidence that we have. Right. The thing that red pilled me on the flat earth was, like I said, like first of all, I had the Vedic perspective and I was wondering, how does this thing work? I've been asking the questions for a long time, and I go on the internet in 2015 and someone's got a camera flying in space and it's flat, and it's like, oh, right. So Ptolemy didn't have the ability to put a camera in space, but we do. So yeah, I just think that that whole model that he's presenting is just kind of by the by, to be honest with you. Should we watch this video then? I don't know how else to do it. I know some people may think it's a bit boring to watch a video in the middle of a live stream, but I just don't know how we can do
Well,
this.
I feel like I just need to do a quick rebuttal to like or everything that's just been said. I mean, what I'd say simply is like, cool story, bro, but
Yeah.
none of that was any evidence for, like, you know, all this like religious stuff. And, you know, with all due respect, zero evidence presented so far for flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're taking note. Zero evidence yet presented. And here's the thing: despite what Brutus has claimed, that we've like always believed this, it's not true at all. From as early as like 300 BC, Aristotle, okay, was clear using logic alone that the Earth is a sphere. In On the Heavens, Book 2, Aristotle wrote, as it is, the shapes which the moon itself each month shows are of every kind, straight, gibbous, and concave. He's talking about the phases of the moon. We see the straight line on the shadow on the moon. But, he says, in eclipses, the outline is always curved. And, since it is the interposition of the earth that makes the eclipse, the form of this line will be caused by the form of the Earth's surface, which is therefore spherical. So Aristotle, as early as like 300 BC, is telling us that using his like visuals alone that he's seen with his own eyes, he's witnessed an eclipse, and he's saying, I've worked out that the shadow on the moon during an eclipse is made by the shape of the Earth, and I can see it's a curved line. Therefore, I've deduced the Earth is a ball without having to go and do anything else.
Yeah. Well.
All right. Powerful.
Yeah, I don't know anything about eclipses. I can't really answer that. I mean, I'll just say in response. I know obviously the Greeks, they thought the Earth was round. I don't really like. I'm not a huge fan of the Greeks, to be honest with you. I think they're overrated. I think Plato's overrated. I think Aristotle's overrated. I mean, obviously it's part of Western civilization, so you've got to talk about them. But whatever. I mean, Plato was a feminist. He wrote a book called Republic, and he said that women should be shield maidens and charging into battle and fighting. And this kind of he's like the original communist, and I think he's inflicted massive. Well, he is. He's the original communist. He's inflicted massive amounts of harm on Western civilization. So I don't really. I'm not a fan of them. My favorite Greek was Homer. I think it all went downhill from there. But yeah. Plato was gay.
Share my picture?
The Earth is flat. Yeah, that's it.
You know, I will say too that, again, you know, a few years ago, well, no, more than a few years ago, I'd say about 6 years ago, actually, when I had first got into Hare Krishna, in the Hare Krishna group or circle I was in, that's when I first started learning of flat Earth, and they were very much flat earthers, and I've never known any other, you know, big flat earthers. So I thought it was kind of interesting, and I was being told that that Radha and Krishna have proven that the Earth is flat. Now, how exactly, you know, what might say in the Vedas, I don't really know. I didn't get that involved into it where, you know, I would devote myself to, you know, reading lots of scripture. But I just find that parallel kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's in the Bhagavatam. It's in the 5th canto of the Bhagavatam. It's all described. But no, it's very interesting. We could talk about it at length. I would like to have an interesting conversation about all of that. But to be fair to SJJ, he's asking for evidence. He wants the hard evidence. So I'm gonna give it to SJJ.
Still, if anybody's taking note, no evidence for the flat Earth been presented yet. Okay, it's 1-0 already.
Well, no, actually, it's 1-1 because Tharium dropped out, so I got a point for that. So
okay.
we're drawing now. So
You're
got
gonna
your
get
little
the
picture.
participation trophy today. No matter what.
So you got your moon picture. Yeah, cool story, bro.
Right.
That's a picture of the moon. Great. So let's watch the master.
Or
Can you
the
hear
horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon, still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe-Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer, no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed.
No, we get the point. Don't want this or that.
We
But
get the point.
I thought that his point of the fact that the horizon does not drop down as you go up, because I'm sure we've all been in planes before, we've all climbed up mountains before or whatever, we've been high, and you do not see the horizon drop down. I thought that was a really good point. So first of all, if you do go up really high, there's 2 points here. If you go up really, really high, it's flat, it looks flat. Secondly, the horizon still stays at eye level, whereas everything else drops down. So maybe just to illustrate, theoretically, you're on the ground level, you see a building, and maybe it's like, I don't know, 10 feet tall, 10 stories tall. You go on a taller building, the roof of that building will drop down, but the horizon remains at eye level, which I thought was very interesting. But this is the basic beginning level, entry level flat Earth thing. This is the thing that got me. It's people basically sending videos up into space and going, "Oh, look, it's flat." So I don't know what you think about that. There you go. Respond.
I know that I don't really like his
Presley, go ahead.
voice. His voice kind of gets on my nerves.
Good point, by the way. Good
but
point.
yeah, with the
That's not a good point. That's a
with the
terrible
horizon.
point. What the fuck? Do you get, what is that? 1-2 now?
Do what?
No, don't worry. Sorry, Presley. Go on.
I think Presley's picking up on subtle things about this guy's character. Okay, so I think it's a good point.
Oh, character assassination! Oh my god, what kind of an argument are we having here?
Anyway, go on, Presley.
Well, yeah. Anyways, the horizon. I don't really think that he does have a point that it should be curved if the Earth is a sphere. Because what if the Earth is so large that that point where the horizon is supposed to curve, maybe that is so distant that we can't perceive it with the naked eye, and nor can we perceive it with a satellite because it's so distant that it just finally disappears from view. So,
but people
I guess
can measure where it's supposed to look flat. Sorry, go on.
Well, the way that you would have to prove that the Earth is flat or spherical then would be that you would need cameras that are much higher than the sky. You would need satellites far out into space looking back.
Hold that thought, Presley. Hold that thought, because here we go. Present.
Well,
but
I can't let this point. I can't let this point go unchallenged. You see, it's got to have a rebuttal, hasn't it?
Well, hang on. All right, because I went over this with Tharium, and he basically, like, this is my rebuttal to Tharium, who wimped out, didn't want to come on the stream because he realized he'd been defeated. But he basically, look, I played a whole bunch of, if you guys have been on Twitter, you've seen this. I showed a whole bunch of different videos of people sending GoPros and what have you into space. Tharium's response was, this is all fake and they're lying and they're manipulating the videos. So I found this, did a little bit of digging. Check out this video. It was posted 13 years ago, long before the flat Earth movement appears. And it's an advertisement for a camera, not a flat Earth conspiracy video. So, let's play. I thought it would open in, why did I think it would open in Twitter? But anyway, so this, hang on a minute. This is an English company, and they build a camera and they send it into space. And this is, you can see it here actually. 13 years ago. I don't know if you guys can see that. So they sent it into space, and so here we go. Sorry. You can keep talking if you want, because you don't have to have the audio. But
well, just zoom to when it's right at its highest, and let's look.
Yeah. So here we go. It's going up.
It's going towards the end, isn't it?
And it's up here and up here. So it's bending either way. So here it's curved in one way, there it's curved in the other. So it's not, it's,
Okay, so this is a product, obviously, of the lens, okay, because, so there's a way that we can deal with this. Like, you would agree the Earth is not, like, convex. It's not a shear ball the other way. So
yeah.
So the fact that the horizon is doing that demonstrates that this is a product of the lens. Now, we can deal with this if the horizon line is right in the center of the screen. When it's right in the center, okay, no matter what, even on a fisheye lens, a straight line is a straight line. So if you can get it right in the center.
What do you mean? What do you want me to do? I'm sorry, you lost me.
If there was a crosshair right in the middle.
Right.
And the horizon line was right on it. So, like, pretty much there. Yeah. Almost.
Yeah, it's kind of flat.
Okay.
It's pretty fucking flat to me. Looks like a straight line to me.
Go like 10 minutes ahead. Go, like, see if we can get a clear line when it's in focus. This is all just blurry.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I just thought I'd throw this out. Oh, here, this one's better. Yeah, it looks pretty fucking flat. Looks pretty fucking. Hey, looks curved to you.
Looks curved. Yeah,
that looks curved to you. Yeah. You can see here's an interesting point. You can see the sun reflecting on the clouds.
Looks curved there, doesn't it?
That looks curved. That looks curved.
Yeah.
That look really.
I think it looks a bit curved.
Oh, the dishonesty. Unbelievable. Unbelievable dishonesty.
Presley has a good eye. Okay, so here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
The size of the Earth is so large, and you are the equivalent of like less than an ant on of each wall,
The dishonesty.
and so the horizon
Unbelievable.
line is so. What is it? It's like 3 miles away at sea level, and then the higher you go up, the further away it gets, and so it's actually much harder to know exactly where the dividing line is.
Look at this. Looks flat. I mean, the reason I posted the other video first was because just to make the point that it's 13 years ago. I understand that the camera's a bit wobbly and it's a bit shit, but I knew that if I played this, you'd say, "Oh, somebody's." Well, this is what Tharium said to me. Somebody's just making it up. That looks fucking. That looks flat as fuck to me.
What I have to say here is that you're disproving your first point there, that like the horizon is at eye level because the horizon went down the higher you went up there.
Well, it's just the angle of the camera. I mean, what do you want me to say? If you're standing on I mean, I've been on a plane before. Looked out the window. It's on eye level. But look at that. That is flat, dude. Like what? U.S. spy plane at 70,000 feet altitude. Is that curved?
So the difficulty here is to see the actual horizon because it's smudge due to how far away the horizon is. It's not a clear line.
Yeah. Confirmation bias.
That looks curved.
That does not. No, that looks curved. That looks really curved,
Yep.
doesn't it? That
Yes,
looks
it
curved.
does, yeah.
That is curved as well, does it?
Here's the thing, it's going to curve like about 1 degree, which is the equivalent of holding out like your arm and looking at half of your little fingernail.
Yeah, well. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, that is that. Let me, okay, you keep talking. I'm just going to click on stuff in the background. Hang on. Just say your point. Go on.
All right, well, I need to just share my screen then.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go on.
All right. So here is the rebuttal then about the horizon thing. So we can test this using the actual level of water in a fixed container and prove that the horizon does drop the higher that you go up. So, but it is to such a small degree that it is effectively imperceptible unless you're doing it as an experiment like this. But when we do the experiment, we can actually see the results here precisely. But we have to go up like about 6,000 feet before it becomes perceptible to us.
Because the Earth is spherical, the horizon lies below the eye level. The angle between the eye level and the horizon is the dip of the horizon. The dip is larger as we go higher. Yeah, that just doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't make any sense to me, mate. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just like, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. Right.
Well, let's move on.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next one.
Well, in the comments here, the chef guy, he says, let's assume it's flat. What change do you seek? SJJ, Brutus, and Presley. You know, if the Earth was flat, I would want to go and try to find the edge of, you know, if there is an edge, and see, you know, what's below. You know.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
here's the thing. I would love. Sorry,
go ahead.
Sorry, Presley. Sorry, I would love it to be flat. Yeah, I would absolutely love it to be, because it would prove to me that it's basically one of two options are available then. A, God, or B, we literally are in like a quarantine by E.T. and you know, there's something outside of it. And so I would be 100%, if I believed it was flat, be committed to nothing else other than attempting to escape like the snow globe that we're in to find out what the fuck is outside.
Yeah, I don't believe that at all, because you love Elon Musk and you want to go to Mars. And your whole thing is that you're like, oh, yo, we need to travel into outer space and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, because that's my understanding of
Right.
reality. But like I say, I would love it to be the other one. If I thought
Really?
it was flat, if I thought it was flat with the globe over the top, I would absolutely love that, because it's either God or that Star Trek is outside and we're like under observation. It's one or the other, isn't it?
Oh, I don't believe in the firmament or the dome. I don't. I mean, I know that's in the Bible. I mean, I don't. I'm not into that kind of thing at all.
Yeah, like the
But
guy in
okay.
the chat says, Truman Show, basically. Basically like the Truman Show, we're in some kind of experiment.
Yeah,
Or it's
well,
God.
we're in Kali Yuga and everyone's lying. I mean, but in answer to your question, Presley, I mean, with the flat Earth model, the idea is, I mean, I don't have. This is the thing, when you're having this debate, you've got to have like the pictures like this, and I just don't have them. But the idea is that the Earth is surrounded by an ice wall, essentially, and the Antarctica is that ice wall, and flat Earthers don't claim to know what's beyond the ice wall. There's a lot of things flat Earthers don't claim to know. But the idea,
Jotunheim.
sorry.
Jotunheim. In Norse lore, Jotunheim is the land of the ice giants.
Right, yeah, probably flipping ice giants and demons and shit. I mean, who knows, right? But nobody's been there. The thing is, you're not allowed to go there because the Antarctica is locked off. All the countries of the world have agreed to this Antarctic treaty, and nobody's allowed to go there. So we can't really find out. Otherwise, flat earthers would have gone to Antarctica to have a look. I mean, this is another point that Eric Debate comes to later in the video. He was just talking about the different weather conditions in Antarctic and the Arctic, in that there are similar like positions in the globe, but in the Arctic, in the North Pole, you have polar bears, you have life, you have the midnight sun, so you have this, this in this the what's it called, the solstice once a year. You have like 72 hours of sunlight. You've got penguins. You've got all kinds of stuff in the Antarctic region.
You don't have
Everything's
penguins.
sorry.
You don't have
Penguins are in the
penguins in the
south, yeah.
Arctic.
You don't have polar bears in the Antarctic.
We don't
You have
have
polar bears in the
penguins
north.
in the Arctic, but I thought penguins only lived in the Antarctic.
Or maybe
Yes,
they do.
you're
Maybe
right,
they got
Presley.
penguins. Sure. Okay. Maybe they got penguins, but they don't have polar bears. They don't have any trees, and they don't have like the temperature is really, really, really cold. It's really inhospitable. It's the most inhospitable place on the earth. I mean, interesting enough, I don't know if you guys are into movies. There's a movie called oh man, what the fuck is that movie called? The Wrath of Man. You seen that? You seen that movie? Anybody in the chat seen The Wrath of
Nope.
Man?
Uh-uh.
Great movie. Guy Ritchie. It's on Amazon Prime. It's got Jason Statham in it, and he's like a gangster in America, and his son gets killed, and he goes on it. It's a revenge movie. It's fucking epic. It's really good. But anyway, there's a scene in it where the son explains to the father. This is how I know this fact. Okay, this is the thing. Movies can educate you, but the Arctic comes from the word bear, which is arcos or something like this in Latin. So Arctic means bears, and Antarctic means without bears. That's what the Antarctic is. So there you go. That's your factoid for the day.
Interesting.
Yeah, I learned that from a movie. So it's really cold and inhospitable, and it's essentially the boundary for our world, and nobody knows what's beyond it. But that's the answer to that point. We can't go there and find out. But anyway, let's just
But it does bring me, well, it actually does bring me to an interesting point about the Hollow Earth that that Admiral Robert E. Byrd, Admiral Richard E. Byrd, he had claimed that he had went over the ice wall in both the Arctic and in Antarctica. He said that there aren't any poles, but rather once you get to a certain point, the compasses, they go haywire. They just start spinning around, and until eventually they go back to normal, but the line, I think, the needle goes to the opposite end, or something like that. And he says that the further you go, the more that it curves downwards,
Right.
and and you, and you experience this phenomenon called sky mirror, where the sky literally mirrors the ground, that it looks completely the same as the ground does. And he said that is because you're beginning to go inside of the earth, into the hollow earth. And he says that inside of there, it's lush and green, um, kind of tropical like in a way, and that there are mammoths there.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, and giants.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm with you on that, Presley. I believe in the hollow earth. It's just, I can't really prove it in the way that you can prove
Wait,
flat
hollow
Earth.
and flat?
Well, that would be the explanation, yeah. Like heaven is above, hell is below. But hell, I mean, that's the Vedic explanation, okay? I mean, just I know you won't accept this as proof. We're trying to prove things here, but in the Bhagavatam it describes essentially the earth is the middle realm, and you've got above us, you've got the heavenly realms. So you've got Svarga, Loka, and many different lokas above, all the way up to Brahma Loka at the top. And this is where all the gods and the rishis and the celestial beings live. And then below, you've got oh, my mind's gone blank. You've got the hellish regions. And it's described that in the hellish regions, one of the reasons that Prabhupada described them as like heavenly hells, pleasurable hells to live in. Some of them are horrible, but the ones directly below us are not that bad. They've got massive amounts of technology, and they live a life of pleasure, but they're considered to be hellish regions because Rasatal, that's it. Yeah, the heavens above are called lokas, and below they're called talas, and talas is essentially it's a cave. But the reason they're considered to be hellish is because they don't believe in God. And it's very clear about this in the Bhagavatam. They don't believe in God because they don't see the sun and they don't see the moon. So they don't have a day and they don't have a night. Because they don't have day and night, they don't notice the passing of time. And so they don't recognize the fact that they're getting old. And because they don't recognize the fact that they're getting old, they don't fear death. And because they don't fear death, they don't pray to God. And so they're very atheistic down there. And they just spend their time enjoying, essentially. And it's described that they take all different kinds of drugs and they just, have lots of sex and what have you. And the idea is that in Kali Yuga, these people are taking birth on this planet now, okay, because everyone's going through a cycle of reincarnation. So now it's Kali Yuga. We're in an age of ignorance. These people take birth on this planet, and they try to build that world here, which is why we have these giant 24-hour cities. Because they're just recreating the kind of environment that they're comfortable living in. So, yeah, essentially, caves, giant caves under the ground with aliens in them, basically. Aliens and demons with huge, vast technology. That's the deal. That's the Vedic conception.
Interesting.
I have
Well,
zero pushback for this. I don't know.
No, it's not evidence. It's just, I mean, I'm just telling you. Like, I appreciate it's not evidence for anything.
I know that in Norse lore, you do have one realm in the underworld called Svata Alfheim, and that's the realm of the dark elves, and they are. It's not really said that it's a terrible place either, but that they have incredibly advanced technology. But they're not. But they're also not really friendly towards humans. They don't go out of their way to harm humans, but they're still dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, traditionally this world's like the battleground between the gods and the demons, right? This is like the middle point. That's the thing. You can go either way here. You can go up or you can go down. It's your choice. You want to be good? You want to be bad? Where do you want to go when you die? You know what I mean? So that's kind of what's going on here. But none of this is evidence. I appreciate that, SJ. Let's watch this and see what he says.
Compasses.
Is this really
The
a good one?
mariner's compass is
Sorry.
Is this
Yeah.
a good one? Because you're going to have to pick your best evidences. I'm like worried about Presley's time running out fast.
Oh well, I don't have my best evidences. This I couldn't
Okay.
find it. I've watched like 3, 4, 5 hours of flat out Earth videos, and I couldn't find it. So the thing about the flat Earth, I mean, in my
It doesn't
defense,
exist.
well, in my defense, it's kind of like the Jewish question. It's kind of like it's not just one killer proof. It's lots and lots and lots of things, and you kind of join them all together, and you're like, oh, okay. That kind of makes sense, and that's just the way it is. Unless you've got you're really, really curious and you've got the patience to sit there and really consider it for a long period of time, then you're not going to get it. Oh, look, this guy gets it. Mr. Tommy gets it. A compass works by detecting and responding to the Earth's natural magnetic fields. This requires 2 poles.
Oh, I know, he's debunking you.
It's not. No, it doesn't require 2 poles. That's not how. No, you fucking muppet. Basically, compasses work. Whatever. Mr. Tommy's a retard. Doesn't get anything.
is another precision
Hey,
instrument
Tommy.
which can only work on a level plane Earth and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing 2 constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole.
I don't really know much about that.
He's
But anyway,
using
you
AI.
get the idea. Sorry, go on.
He's using AI for his voice.
No, it's actually his voice. I've seen the guy.
Well, no, I don't think it is. I think he's using AI because I can hear his very sharp pronunciations. Wait, he says Antarctic.
No,
it's
it's not. No,
very
it's not.
sharp. I don't know. You can do that. I mean, people do that.
No, it's his voice. No, because he's been making these videos for years. Some of these videos are very old, before AI appeared. It's definitely his voice. It's just the way he talks. Like, I'm perfectly willing to admit he does have a boring, monotone voice, and the videos are a little bit boring to watch. There you go. What can I say? I mean, he's a flawed genius. What do you want me to say?
Look, my rebuttal to this is I just think he doesn't understand how magnets work, but truly, who does? I mean, there's that famous quote, isn't it? Magnets, how the fuck do they work? It makes much more sense to me on a globe Earth. I mean, this idea that it's flat with a ring, with like a ring out of a speaker going around, just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, the ring out the speaker thing is a little bit silly. I don't know why he went there, but the idea that a magnet is essentially attracted to iron on the flat Earth, it makes much more sense because in the North Pole there's a giant mountain and it's full of iron, and so the magnets are attracted to that, and it's simple. That's the explanation.
No, there's
That's
no
the
mountain in the
explanation.
Arctic, though. There's no mountain
Eh?
in the Arctic, though. In the
There
Arctic,
is.
there is no
They're
land.
lying to you.
No,
They're lying to you.
there's no land. In the North Pole,
No, they're
it's
lying. They're
just
fucking
sea
lying.
ice.
They're lying, and Mount Meru is there. Mount Meru is in the North Pole.
Holy fuck! Why
Mount
has
Meru
nobody
is
been to that one then? Why has nobody been there?
because they probably fucking kill you, and the giants eat you or some shit like that. I don't know.
Or
Oh
abducted
my
by aliens, because there's a lot of UFO activity that goes on in the colder and more remote regions, like in northern Alaska, northern Canada. You know, it's going on.
Yeah.
I'd rather be.
No,
I'm more likely to believe that than giants in a magnetic mountain.
I'm just laughing at how silly this thing, but this guy gets it. Vote reform. There's iron in the mountain. Yeah, dude. Fucking yeah.
Oh, I've started
Vote
to
for-
realise that the whole thing about flat Earth is it's just like a religious belief, and there's no cutting
No,
through
because
this
you're
with a
not
knife.
listening to the evidence. You're not accepting the evidence. Compasses don't make sense. If you're in Australia and the magnetic core of the Earth is in the North Pole, then the compass should be pointing in that direction. It doesn't make any flipping
There's
sense
no
at all.
mountain there. There's no mountain there, dude.
It doesn't make any sense. You're just
that's
unwilling to accept
Admiral
the
Byrd
evidence.
said. That's what Admiral Byrd said too. That there's nothing there at the North Pole. There is no actual pole, meaning that there is no actual mountain there that it dips in.
Yeah, there's no land at the North Pole, so it's just sea ice. He's saying if theoretically it can all disappear, at some point and be gone.
Yeah,
There's land at the South Pole, but there'd have to be land to support a magnetic mountain full of iron.
Yeah, Admiral Byrd was probably lying. He probably got fucking kidnapped or whatever by the aliens. But anyway, look, this
Calculator.
we'll
it is
do
easy
this.
to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth.
This is the real killer one, okay? And this is it, and then we'll end the debate.
Let's go.
All right.
For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level, 60 miles away across Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon.
Yeah.
In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days, it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all four islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water.
Yeah.
From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit, with the naked eye, from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular Earth.
Can you just stop that?
The current record-breaking...
on that picture.
Well, I see
So
that
you just
one's
go-
up in the sky. I see it's up in
Yeah.
the sky. I mean, I don't know which one. It says 900 miles. So if that mountain's supposed to be 900 miles below, I can't comment on that photo because I don't know he hasn't given the measurements. So who knows what the calculation is there? Do you see what I'm saying? That's just a random picture. And to be fair to Eric DeBay, who's making this, he shouldn't be posting these random photos. It'd be better for him to post like a specific photo and make the specific case for the specific photo instead of just posting random flat Earth memes, because it does muddle the argument. But there you go. But I mean, this
giant bulge of curved globular Earth.
Hang on,
The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping
There you go.
275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved Earth.
Right there, I'll just leave it at that. 6 miles of curved Earth. So, I mean, again, with all of these points, like, I can show this to you, but unless you actually like do your own research, get a calculator, get a camera, go out, I don't know, go to some part of England, see if you can see the Isle of Man or something, or see if you can see.
Well, would you be happy if I'd done that?
Fuck yeah, go and do it. You know, I'm sure. This is the thing. You'll have to get really into it. You'd have to get in touch with.
Okay,
like,
what did you say? What did you say? The Isle of Man? Okay.
Well, I don't know. I don't
well, I'm
know.
prepared with my evidence right here.
Oh my. Okay. Oh fucking hell.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Shall we watch it?
Yeah.
On the west coast of England, in the Lake District, is the village of St. Bees. From here, on a clear day, you can look out across the ocean and see the Isle of Man, approximately 50 kilometres away. Just to the northwest of the village is a coastal walk up a hill. And from there, it is possible to view the Isle of Man at many different elevations as you climb to the summit. The path rises to about 62 metres above sea level, and as you ascend, something interesting can be observed. You'll begin to notice that at low elevation, much of the Isle of Man is obscured by the curve of the Earth, but as you steadily climb higher, the obstruction caused by the curve diminishes, and more of the island comes into view. Pay particular attention to the sections of land highlighted, and watch as they get hidden behind the horizon at lower altitudes. I'll leave you with the sequence of photographs cycling back and forth at different rates, to clearly demonstrate how the curvature of the Earth affects the visibility of the Isle of Man at various elevations. If you found this video interesting and would like to see more, please consider liking it and subscribing to my channel. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, but she didn't use a zoom in camera. If she'd have sat on the ground level and used a zoom,
well, she's kept.
That's Isla.
She's kept the same camera, the same focal length on the camera each time.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're just using
and all she's done is
same
walk up the hill.
Well, the point is, she's saying that this part of the island has dipped below the horizon. So to disprove what she is saying, what you would have to do is go to where you're on ground level and zoom in with a high zoom camera and see if you can see the part that's supposed to be missing. That's what you would have to do.
No, that's not how it works. That's
what you'd have to do, because the whole flat Earth argument is that these things are not disappearing below the curve. They're just it's like a vanishing point. It seems like it's disappearing, but it's not. And if you get a high zoom camera, you'll be able to see it.
Here's my second piece of evidence. It's only a minute.
In this video, a flat earther called Dr. John shares his observations of the coastline from the southern English town of Worthing. He correctly identifies some landmarks along the way, but then it all goes wrong when he claims to be able to see the cliffs of Beachy Head and then claims this disproves the globe. A clue as to what he's doing wrong here is that Beachy Head looks like a little white dot, whereas Seaford Head looks like giant white cliffs. This is odd because if the Earth was flat, then Beachy Head would also look like giant white cliffs. He also does some calculations showing that 92 meters of the cliff should be hidden behind the curve, and hence he concludes he has disproven the globe. Bold claim, and wrong. Luckily, he zoomed in enough on one shot that we can use this to fit the skyline to the actual view and see what's going on.
In.
He's actually seeing the cliff that's behind the lighthouse. This cliff is 106 meters high and a little further away, but the top 10 meters will be visible as the white dot, just like we see in Dr. John's video. So instead of disproving the globe, it looks very like Dr. John has actually proved it.
But
Nah.
Case closed.
Nah, don't accept. No, I don't accept. I would have to see the original video and the response. To be honest with you, and it doesn't disprove anything I've just said. Like there are mountains out there that should be like 6 miles underneath the horizon, and you can see it.
Well, that's
when
just
we're
a flat
getting,
earther's claim at the end of the day. And I've presented globe earthers with equal weight claims.
well, again, like when we're getting into these kinds of photos where you're zooming in on stuff that's on the ocean, it's now we're quibbling about, oh, you can see this bit or you can't see that bit. You need to have a look at something with
Touch your wire.
I know that with any dreams that I've ever had about outer space, I've never seen the Earth as being flat. It's always been spherical. The planets have always been spherical. It's always been, pretty much the kind of cosmology that that we have today. And I don't know if, okay, yeah, sure, someone might say, well, I have those dreams because that's what I've been taught in school,
Yeah.
so that's how I'm going to see it.
Yeah.
That might be true, yeah. But I haven't once, ever dreamt of the Earth being flat. I've never had the intuition, any kind of, information download, or something like that, saying
Well,
that.
I
the Earth
have
is
dreamt
flat.
of the flat Earth, so that completely disproves your point. So there you go.
I'm more inclined to
I've
trust
just-
Presley's dreams, thank you.
I've dreamt of the flat Earth many times, and I think that's the ultimate evidence, and that's all we need to know, basically. So there you go.
Yeah, but you're a heavy drinker, so Presley's dreams.
I don't
are
really
much more
drink
valid.
either.
There we go.
All right. It's 1 hour 11 minutes. I said we don't need to do this for an hour. As a final point, do you accept that all of the images of Earth are photoshopped? Because you've got this photo of Earth there, and it's like a big baller. Do you accept that this image has been made up and invented by NASA? Because they've had many, many different versions of this over the years.
I accept that most of them are so what you call the blue marble images are effectively photoshopped to make a nice pretty picture of the globe out of multiple images.
Yeah. Right. So they're lying.
But I think they admit this. I don't think this is like a big secret. The flat earthers claim it's a secret, whereas it's kind of well known that they're what are composite images.
Well, why don't we just show us a real picture of planet Earth where it's not like fucking photoshopped?
Well, there is one. There are some, but you would deny that they exist, like the Earthrise from one of the Apollo missions. But you'd say that was fake too.
Yeah, I would. I was trying to find a meme so I could, but I don't have one. Have you seen? Oh, yeah. Here we go. They just make this shit up. There you go. Just invent a picture of the globe Earth, stick it up there, right? Why don't we see more of these pictures?
You're not.
Why
You're
have we-
not showing it. Which one?
Oh, this. I'm just showing. That's a picture of the Earth. Yeah. Why don't we see?
Oh,
why don't we see?
Okay.
Why don't we see more of this?
Why don't we see boats upside down?
Why don't
That's
we
a bad
see both?
example, basically.
Yeah, why are they just making shit up? Like, why bother photoshopping it? If it's real, just send up a drone, and we could all just have a look, but they won't do it. So, anyway, there you go. I've won this debate.
I don't think so.
And
Yay! Let's go, Presley.
I actually think that I have won this debate. Unfortunately, you have to have
I just want to share this, by the way.
You have to have
before we
a certain
finish.
level of IQ to be able to understand that the flat Earth exists. What the fuck is this?
So this is interesting. Okay, seeing as it's relevant, we've just had a big hurricane hit Florida. Now, there's something interesting about hurricanes, and in the southern hemisphere, they're known as typhoons. And one of the interesting features of them is that no hurricane or typhoon has ever crossed the equator. So this is further simple evidence for the proof that we live on a globe. And so in the south, this is tracks of all the hurricanes and all the typhoons, across the world since we started.
How does that prove the world's
150 years.
How's that prove the world's a globe?
Well, where's the equator on a flat Earth?
But I don't get. I mean, what do you the equator on a flat Earth would be the part that the sun goes over, wouldn't it? Why? How does this prove that the world's round? How does this prove that the world's a globe?
Well, you see, it's a high IQ point. It takes a bit of extrapolation to figure it out.
Whatever. Like whatever.
It's a great piece of evidence, actually. It shows you that map is that you wrap it round and that it has a middle. That middle is the equator, and that there's something going on. The reason why, and basically they don't cross due to.
Here's my evidence.
All right.
Yeah. What's going on there? What's all that about? Huh? What's all that about?
Look at Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, notice any problem?
What do you mean? No, what's wrong with Australia?
Well, it doesn't. Australia doesn't look like. It doesn't look like that.
Well, it doesn't look like that on your crappy globe Earth map. In reality, that's what it looks like. This is why, by the way, I should have found a proper meme, but I haven't. But can you see my mouse? But if you get a flight from, say, Cape Town to Melbourne, right? You don't go like this. What happens is you go to Dubai and then you go to Melbourne. Whereas if you look on an ordinary map, the fastest route would be to go like this. But they never travel like that. They go to Dubai first and then they go to Melbourne. The only way that makes sense is if the Earth is flat. Checkmate. That's it.
I think plane times. I want to.
Also,
go ahead, President.
Oh, I was going to say, or they just need to refuel, and that's the best place to refuel the plane.
No, President. You don't understand. They need no. It only makes sense if the world's flat. Also, like here.
So you're saying if somebody flies from Santiago, Chile to Australia, they're going to fly over the North Pole?
They would probably stop off at America and then they'd go around, wouldn't they? Or maybe they.
Yeah,
I don't know how they
go.
Or they go like they probably go to Europe and I don't know how they do it. Like how do they do it? They don't go around that way, do they? They don't go across the Pacific, do they?
Let's find out. Flight to Sydney time. Takes about 14 hours and 35 minutes to fly from Santiago to Sydney. There are 3 direct flights between Santiago and Sydney, but on your map, that would be the furthest possible travel. So you'd be traveling across the entire face of the flat Earth in 14 hours. That isn't.
Hang on. What are we talking about here? I wasn't listening. Go on, say it again.
A direct flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney.
Yeah.
Which I'm guessing is like the extremes on this map.
Yeah. Does it show the flight path?
There's a direct flight for 14 hours.
So it probably just goes over Europe. It goes boom like that.
But then you could get pictures of Europe, maybe.
No, apparently it's over the ocean. Here it is, if you want to see it.
Yeah, so it just goes round. Yeah, so it just goes round. It just goes.
So people would realise that you weren't seeing Europe on the way, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it just goes round. That makes perfect sense. That's fine. That makes sense. It does make sense because you just start here and then you just go whoop like that. You just pop round it like that. That's easy. Fucking unbelievable. Easily proved.
You can stop off at New Zealand on the way, obviously. Qantas flight path. So somehow these people, if we go back to your map. Oh, sorry.
On my map, yeah.
So we're on your map. Okay, so on your map, they're just going round to make sure that people don't see Europe or North America. That's what you're saying, aren't you?
I don't know, mate. I haven't looked into it, to be honest with you, so I just can't really say.
What I'd like to do is share this then, seeing as we've looked at your map. Okay, this is effectively the world. Okay, this is Null School, earth.nullschool.net. We can look at obviously it is difficult to project the globe, so we do have different types of projections. We have this type, we have this type. This is known as the conic equidistant. Okay, and you can see when we move it, we have this one. And what you can do is when you look at everything, you can see that in order for everything to be in the right place, then it looks funky, basically. You can't just have it flat, otherwise you end up with, like on your map, Australia looking like
Hang on a minute.
a chipolata sausage.
Flynn says he's gone from Santiago to Melbourne and he's seen the ice. So what do you see? The North Pole?
South Pole.
No, Santiago to Melbourne would have been fucking...
That'd be more so Antarctica, yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be going over Mexico right there, you know.
Like that.
I will say too that I have about 10 minutes before I have to get off.
Oh my god, hang on. Sorry, just sharing my private chat. But yeah, go on. Sorry. Yeah. Right.
Oh, that was it. I just wanted to say that.
What about this then? Can you see? Why is there when it comes to construction, right? They don't include any, like, here's just a random picture I pulled up of the Great Lakes, okay? So in this picture, there's no accounting for the curvature. What's all that about?
Well, in what sense is there no accounting for it?
Well, distance along flow paths, 2,000 miles, 3,000 kilometers here. Okay, no mention of any curve in any of these calculations.
Well, this is just like a diagram projected onto a flat plane.
Okay, so they just don't need to calculate it.
Well, what's the claim, that water doesn't flow downhill or something?
Well, the claim is, like, I haven't played this part of the video. I mean, we could go back and have a look at it, but I mean, blah, 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 blah. We've got we've got construction. Here we go.
I'd actually look at that image right there and say it looks pretty curved, by the way. Even on that diagram.
Oh, hang on, sorry. Hang on. Sorry. Okay,
Well,
Deviating
I think
from
I've
both their
seen enough of.
sorry, hang on. I just what is this?
Well,
Right.
8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least
Just pause a
allowance
second.
being made for
Yeah.
curvature.
Go on.
Jord is going to come on. He's a fellow flat earther, I think, by the way.
No, he isn't.
As for
Is
the
he flat earther?
I think it. I think. Well, I think he is. He called me a globetard in the message.
Okay, we get it. We'll get him on. I'm gonna have I'm just gonna have a wee. Presley, are you going to be here when I get back? I'm just going to.
Probably not, because I mean I have like 5 minutes left.
Okay.
He can wee in that time.
I'll wee quickly, but if
Okay.
I'm not back, then yeah, we'll have George on. We'll have a chit chat. We'll talk about the news and etc. etc. Back in a sec.
So Presley, how do you think that the debate has gone tonight? I think fairly. You're kind of neutral in the middle. Would you say? Who do you think? And you don't have to just say me because he's not here. Who do you think has presented the best evidence so far?
I mean,
Are you still open-minded, or?
I'm open-minded to a degree. You know, there's always that small room of doubt. You know, that maybe what if it's not really a globe Earth? You know, there's always that possibility. But for the most part, I mean, I think your evidence is pretty well sound. This Eric Dubai guy, I don't know. I just can't get into watching his video.
He gives you the ick, doesn't he? I think is what you're saying, which is fair enough.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just, yeah, I don't know what else.
Here's a
to
question:
say about
if you hadn't have encountered flat Earth on the internet, would it have ever occurred to you? Would you ever have thought about it? Because this is one of the claims that the flat earthers make, that you go outside and you believe that you're on a flat plane, but I don't, because like I think every time, like half of the daytime is nighttime. Whenever you go out at nighttime, you are faced with this sky that is rotating around you, and the moon rotates around you, and the sun rotates around you. And so the only explanation for this phenomenon that makes sense is either that all these things are spinning around above our heads, which is wild, or the simple explanation that makes sense to me is that we are turning and they are like on a fixed, faraway background.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, I'd say that I've
Well,
never really thought of. Sorry,
So-
yeah, I
go on,
was
sorry.
looking right there. I've
Sorry.
never really thought about the Earth being flat prior to the internet. Like you said, I mean, I remember hearing about it a little bit in the grade school. You know, like when we're going over science class and they're saying, oh, like 500 or so on years ago that people believed the Earth was flat, but that was as far as it went. But I never, I never went outside, and I was just so firmly, I have a very firm conviction of that the Earth is probably flat. It just, I don't know. I never really cared about that aspect.
Well, I mean, in conclusions to the debate, I obviously won the debate. I've presented to you obvious, straightforward video evidence, satellite evidence of, pictures of a flat Earth up at 70,000 feet. And you've just looked at it and gone, nah, that's not real for some reason. I've shown you images of mountains and skyscrapers that you should not be able to see because they should be 6 miles below the curve. And you've just looked at it and said, I don't know, that's not real. And that's it. It's like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So that's all I got for you. I'm not an engineer. You guys are not engineers. And I don't know, man, if I show you a photo a flat Earth at 70,000 feet, and then you just deny that it exists. Like, what can I do? So there you go. Is that George? You coming on, George? Oh, you right, mate?
Evening, fellas and lady. Funny enough, I haven't been listening. I haven't had the pleasure. I've only heard the last 15 minutes. I just wanted to say I throw my hat in with Brutus. I don't know what shape the Earth is. I don't know. Listen, is it
Epic
okay?
George.
Is it okay to be agnostic about something anymore, or are we all so fucking militant these days that it's like I'm a centrist fence sitter if I say like I don't trust NASA, this multi-billion-dollar organization that seems to have a monopoly on space. Like, I don't trust the info. I don't trust the moon landing. I don't trust any of that shit. Satellites seem a bit sus, to be honest. I mean, like, the whole thing seems a bit weird. Now, obviously, I'll caveat, I'm not a scientist. I'm just a regular kind of goy in this world of, how should we say, science. But I do think scientism is a problem. And I think groupthink in the scientific community has never been stronger. And I think the two first things that they teach you at school are 2 + 2 = 4, and that we live on a spinning ball in an endless vacuum that seems to be ever expanding. Nobody has explained to me how water sticks to the side of a spinning ball in a vacuum, but nevertheless, in fact, it's very rare to see water curve at that scale, but whatever. I mean, like, there are many questions and holes in the flat Earth thing. I want to be clear. I'm not saying the Earth is flat. Maybe the Earth is a ball, but I believe that it's fucking sus. I'm officially agnostic, and gun to my head, it could be flat,
Yeah, woo! Yeah, there you go. High IQ George gets it. He understands. He's a skeptic. He understands real science means you need evidence. You need to question stuff. He doesn't just accept what NASA says. And there you go. I won the debate. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's actually, to be fair, because Tharium dropped out, so that's 1 point. I get that point. George is on my side, and so I win. That's 3 against 2.
Well, I think Presley's itching to go, so
Yeah.
we could let Presley go. Thank you for coming, Presley, and thank you for coming. It was great to have you.
Yeah, thank you for letting me come on, and it was a very interesting discussion. I'm still not really convinced of a flat Earth. I think it's too much of a bandwagon, for people to go and jump on. It's basically the next brand new thing. I'm always skeptical of anything that is going to be the next brand new thing. So that's how I feel about conspiracy theories in general.
By brand new, do you mean in the Bible and the Quran and all the oldest texts that we have? Is that what you mean by brand new thing? I'm just listen. You got to go. I don't want to.
No,
and listen.
I mean, like conspiracy theories, like this brand new idea. Okay, what if this right here is going on? What if there are reptilians and this sort of thing. I have my opinions on each one of the conspiracies, but. Yeah, I'm just not one of those people who's going to immediately jump onto that conspiracy theory bandwagon because everybody else is, and because I have wishful thinking and want to believe something that might be a little more cool.
Do you think it is wishful thinking to think the Earth is flat? Then, do you think there's something you gain from? Because I'm open to that idea. Like maybe it's a cope of some kind.
Yeah, I would love it to be flat.
You would like it to be
Some
flat.
people do have something to gain from it. Well, some people do have something to gain from it, and it's that they can feel a little bit smarter about themselves and that.
And
like
edgy.
that,
Don't forget edgy. It was fun as fuck coming in here and being edgy. Yeah, true.
Because when I think about, oh, NASA's lying, they don't know what they're doing. Da, 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 da. Well, what about your own experience? And your own education on it. It's just.
I just want to be clear. I'm not categorically saying that NASA are a bunch of liars. What I'm saying is I just distrust basically all of the American governmental and non-governmental organizations. So when I look at the news media, for example, I maybe trust like 20% of what I read on the news. Everything has huge amounts of bias in it and whatever. What I think is super interesting about what you said was that there's some kind of worldview, like positive thing that you can get out of believing the earth is flat. And maybe that's true. Like there's something very nihilistic and atheistic and bleak about living on a spinning ball in an endless sea of nothingness is forever and ever and ever, amen. Like that, there's something really dark and bleak about that. So maybe flat earth is like a cope, because honestly, I believe that if you think the earth is flat, you will be happier, you'll probably live longer, you'll probably like why you would want to examine it. And if I'm just saying, if there was some diabolical conspiracy to control everyone, convincing people that we live on a pretty hopeless rock, basically spinning in the middle of the ether, that would be a good place to start. Like if you were going to reframe people's worldview, that would be a great way to start. Like
it could be. I do see your point with that, but also, you know, think about all the people in the world, you know, and we are just one of those people on the planet, you know. So
man, you're really fucking with my ego. I'm not gonna lie. Like, fuck, right?
Well, I'm just saying, you know, being a lonely planet in, you know, in the middle of, you know, outer space. I mean,
so where do you stand on like sentient life?
I don't really think it's so much of a nihilistic thing, because I mean, I don't feel nihilistic because, you know, I'm one person on a planet of, you know, whatever the population number is today, you know.
Okay, so yeah, so you're not alone in space. You're one of many people. But what do you feel about like sentient life in space and aliens and the Fermi paradox and stuff like that? Do you think, because I've noticed that a lot of atheists, like globe tards, as I would call them, they have all these weird shit that they don't believe the earth is flat, but they do believe in gray space aliens who are going to come and save us from we need a world government.
Well, I believe in aliens. I think it'd be kind of foolish, you know, to not believe in, you know, aliens or spirits, you know, fairies and things like that. I mean,
hold on. Now we're into aliens and spirits. So you've been on an airplane, right? Presley?
Yes, but listen, I would really like to continue this conversation because it's
part 2 coming soon. Don't let me distract you.
This is something that I do like to talk a lot about, you know, spirits and aliens and you know.
Well, let's do aliens another time.
Yeah, let's bookmark do that. It. And because I've got to get off right now, but yeah, thanks for having me on though.
Yeah, Presley, thank you for coming on. It's been a pleasure, as always.
Round of applause for Presley, everybody. Thank you very much. Let's go.
And bye.
Bye, Presley.
Love. Yeah, I mean, listen, firstly, lads, massive well done for managing to get a female on the show. You've gone up in my estimations by like 10 trillion%. You'll never convince me that wasn't a 14-year-old boy putting on a voice. You'll never convince me that wasn't Barium's alt account, but whatever. The point I'm trying to make is, and this is really...
She was on last week, you idiot.
I'm fucking kidding with you. Listen,
she's on camera.
She has a feminine voice because she's feminine and she's not English. She don't talk like an English girl, right? Do you know what I mean? She's not a fucking lad.
I'm very
she's not a member of the Spice Girls. She didn't get the memo that she like has to drink beer and smoke cigarettes.
What's more?
You've been on an airplane, right?
Just a minute. What's more? She's like a 10. Have you seen like her on camera? I probably shouldn't say this. She's probably going to tune in and carry on listening, but
they don't exist, Stephen. Take the pussy off the pedestal, mate, for the fucking love of God. Anyway, listen, have you been on an airplane?
Anyway,
she's a 10.
Presley's great.
Listen, she might be banging. I'm willing to call her a 9.5, but 10s do not exist. All right, like women don't do this with women. Okay, now, Stephen, when you say looking out, when you've been on an airplane, right? As I know you recently went to America.
Yes.
An airplane flies at approximately what altitude, Stephen?
Between 30 and 40,000 feet.
Right. So given that the approximate average flying altitude of an airplane is between 30 and 40,000 feet, should we not expect to see a curvature out of an airplane window?
Well, here's the thing. You can, but it's like half a degree or something.
No, what you can see is the curved edges of the convex airplane window. Literally designed to put a tip. No, I mean, like, anybody can do this. Anybody can look at videos on YouTube of view from an airplane window, and you can see how the glass is slightly concave or convex. I forget which way around it is, but it flips at the end so it turns down the edge of the Earth from 30,000 feet out of a private jet window or a helicopter window or out of like skydiving. There's no fucking curve, Stephen. There isn't. Now, this means one of two things. Either it's less curved than we thought. Okay, fine, whatever that, I'm willing to concede that. Or there's some fuckery afoot. Do you know what I mean? There's some fuckery afoot. And I just feel like we're all being fuckered, if that makes sense.
Cool story, bro. But if Brutus, you just want to share my screen.
Oh, God. Go on.
All right, so first of all, we'll just look at this. So here they say, the cruising altitude of a jetliner, it's very slight to notice, but with planning and careful observation, it's not impossible. So it depends on the right lenses. If we use like an infrared camera, blah, 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 blah. And then, basically the answer is it's like half a degree,
story.
basically. About 30,000 feet.
But would half a degree account for the entire radius of the Earth? Like if you curved only half a degree at those kind of distances, would you actually go all the way around the world? I don't know. All I'm saying is I would expect to see an 8-mile drop off at that height, right? Like you should be able to see the Earth rolling away from you at 40,000 feet above the ground. Surely. I mean, maybe
you can see for like hundreds of miles when you're that high. Yeah.
Yes, but you don't see the Earth literally curve away from you the way it's projected in the astronaut movies that NASA shows us. The ones where they've been busted wearing
30,000 feet,
wearing harnesses, by the way, in front of green screens, and then giving us the excuse like, yeah, we didn't actually go into space that time, but normally we do. Like NASA's been caught a couple of times with its foot in its mouth as an organization, which is
the biggest proof, right? The biggest proof that we live on a globe as told, as measured, like is the models. Okay, the model makes predictions. The model predicts, for instance, a solar eclipse to the second, and we know exactly what it's going to be. Like how we tracked it across America, we knew that it was going to be there. Decades ahead. We know when the next solar eclipse is going to be to the exact time, date, second, inch on the face of the Earth, up to like.
Do you know? I'm not being funny. Do you know the flat Earth argument for eclipses? Because the eclipse is a funny one, right? Because it's a so-called grand coincidence. The sun is 23 million miles away, and the moon is like literally 93. Just orbit. Whatever the fuck. The moon is orbiting much closer to Earth, yet somehow they're exactly the same size in the sky, right? Like it's the so-called grand coincidence of astrology. You're saying that okay, let me get this straight.
This is for a lunar one. So
No. I'm talking about a lunar eclipse where the moon allegedly masks the sun, right? I think it's the best argument against flat Earth is that lunar eclipse, because even though they're the same size in the sky, and that's fucking weird, and that would suggest to anyone that there's polarizing forces and a creator and a designer, and that's literally mental that they overlap each other. But okay, we're expected to believe that it's just a coincidence. Okay,
they're not always the same size because it depends on our orbit, because get a ring of fire.
Fine. No, I'm saying it's a point in your favor is what I'm saying, Stephen, because flat earthers have to come up with something that explains that. On a flat earth model, even the real one, not the one they try and push with flat earth society, with the two orbs, if you like, circling a circle, they still have to come up with something like, is there another force that comes between the sun and the ground? Then if it's not the moon, what is it? Like they do flat earthers do have to explain that. I will agree there is a lot of holes in flat earth, but the problem is there are holes in NASA's official version of events. Stephen, it wouldn't surprise me.
Hang on a minute. Does this fucking shit look real? Because this is like official India landing on the moon.
Yeah, no, the Indian space program is a joke, bro. Like,
does this fucking shit look real?
Modi, look at Modi just clapping like.
Really?
I don't. That's not going to be real. It's not going to be real footage, is it? Who's the cameraman? How is the camera? It wouldn't be real. It's a simulation. They're telling you that they send something up, and they're showing you data from that thing, and they're creating a simulation. And this is the argument that I'm always trying to use with NASA people, is I'm saying all of it is composite images, not just of space, not just of planets, not just of stars. Type in satellite on Google Images, hit images, and scroll down. All of them are CGI. And that's the problem. When it's all CGI, it makes it look, I'm aware of how much of a crank I sound like, but I don't care. Like, I'm just being objective. Like, it is weird. I wouldn't be surprised if the world was like 3 times bigger than, if it was a ball, but it was 3 times bigger than they told us it was, or something like that. There is some fuckery afoot. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily flat. I'm officially agnostic on the topic, but I would not be surprised. They're
here's the
hiding
real
some
footage
shit from us. Like,
yeah, dude. Oh man. Yeah, there you go.
Just to rebut this, I feel like if these points keep being thrown at me, I have to rebut them. So John's point, it feels like,
no,
it could be a globe, but it's going to
Here's
be
all the
bigger.
satellites.
The proof is that the model works.
Which of these do you think is a photo?
None of them.
Right. So is that not
Exactly.
sus to you? So not a little bit sus to you? I can't even get a photo of a satellite like in a hangar in the ground, just sitting in someone's back garden. I just can't get one.
There's SpaceX videos of them releasing satellites, but you'll say that they don't real.
We've talked about this before, Stephen. SpaceX is not a private company by a billionaire philanthropist like you claim it is. SpaceX was started like that, but it's been on the NASA payroll for a very long time now. And you know it has.
There's nothing wrong with NASA.
I'm telling you, NASA has a monopoly on information. NASA is the only organization. There's the ESA, the European Space Agency. And what do? They download information from NASA and republish it. So there's one organization that has a monopoly on space, and that's the American National Aerospace and whatever the fuck association. That organization has all the feeds fit to everything, and they choose what to show you. Why are they not just showing a satellite? What is all this balloon shit? What's going on? Like, what's happening? You don't think it's
just somebody like scrambling around in the dark saying, I
Stephen,
can't believe it. I can't believe it. I won't believe it.
Do you at least agree that the majority of cell phones, not only do they not need to, but they actually don't go via satellite? Do you know that? Do you know that most
cell phones don't use satellites? Cell phones do not use satellites.
Right. And the internet doesn't either, does it?
Unless it's Starlink. But Starlink is one of the massive proofs, that satellites are real. You can go out in the night sky, observe them for yourself. Now, if you go out tonight and spend 10 minutes out...
It's a proof that you can put a thing that boosts an internet connection in a balloon and put it in the sky, yeah. But it's not a proof of this extra... it's not proof that we can go past the Van Allen radiation, though, is it?
That's a different claim in itself.
No, but that's Starlink the whole claim. That's
in
the
orbit.
Whole point.
This picture's supposed to be real, by the way. The whole Elon Musk. Are you seriously telling us it's fucking real? This is some fake ass shit,
bro. You know what I mean? I can't even with this stuff because it's just like some of the footage has stars, some of it doesn't. Like it's also grainy. The size of continents change. The Earth's mass changes. The literal proportions of Earth change. The color changes, and the excuse we get is like, well, of course, we're just interpreting data. No one has a camera that big. Just go further away then. If you need a smaller photo of Earth, just go further away. It's not that hard. It shouldn't be rocket science, lol. Pun intended. I don't know, Stephen. I don't know. I just think it's sus, man. I just think it's sus.
Yeah.
People tracked the Tesla Roadster. Amateurs tracked it. So, yes, it was real. Yes, it was
put up into
space. Yeah.
This is real. The astronaut in the car, that's fucking real.
Yep.
Yep. That's not real. That's fake as fuck.
Yes, it is. It just looks funny. It looks weird. It looks weird because you've never seen something filmed like this from a HD camera in orbit with the weird lighting, with the weird situation. It just looks funny to you. It looks weird. So you're like, I can't believe it. I won't believe it. And nothing I say to you will prove it to you. But the issue is the model, like I keep saying, the model that we have that makes the predictions
this is real.
Everything. Yeah.
This is real.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. This is when it comes to the flat Earth thing. It's just like you show people pictures like this, and they're just like, "Yeah, that's real." And it's like, well, it's kind of where the debate breaks down. I don't know what to say.
Why isn't it real?
But Brutus, just to play devil's advocate for a second, is it not true that if Stephen showed you a literal footage of a rocket, like a GoPro strapped to the side of a rocket, and you saw it take off, and you saw it go all the way, and you saw Earth literally go from being flat to turning into a tennis ball right before your eyes, we'd still say it was fake, right? Because the truth is, we don't have an information problem. We have a trust problem. We have a big fucking
How
trust
how
problem.
high
Like,
is the car supposed to be?
This car went left Earth orbit, so this was like about 5 hours after.
How high
That's
is
why
this
it's so
supposed to
far
be?
away.
Like, has anybody done the maths? Like, should the Earth look like this from this height?
where are
high
the
is this?
stars? Where are the
the
fucking
stars?
stars? We're outside the atmosphere of Earth. Where are the stars? Like, what's happening? Oh no, wait, are we in the geocorona?
This was in
then?
orbit
Have
for
we passed
6
the Van
years,
Allen
8
review?
months, and 2 days.
It's still floating around up there. What, do they go and get it back? It has to still be up there. What the fuck do you mean floating around for 6 years? What do you mean they reclaimed it? Did it fall down? It never escaped Earth's
You two are
orbit.
losing your minds over this.
It's crazy.
can't-
This stuff's wacky, bro.
It is
is like-
wacky.
This
It
is like me
wacky.
taking an iPhone to a tribe in the middle of the Amazon, and you two like jumping around, going,
Stephen, you still
can't
can't
believe
convince
it.
me that there isn't a small
There's a man
wizard
in the
inside of every
screen.
iPhone. That you don't know how iPhones work because the people who control the chips, the people who control the proper like Intel, that shit, it's all really heavily patented and controlled. You do not know how an iPhone works, Stephen. You don't. It may as well be fucking magic.
Yeah, but they exist, don't they?
And then I might as well just believe everything my one tells me. Then should I? Okay.
How about
fuck.
this?
I mean, like, what?
How about this, right? How about this? Prove Wi-Fi exists.
Oh my god.
This motherfucker? Seriously. Like,
Prove
Yeah,
it. You
dude.
can't see it. You can't see it, can you?
So wait, what's the analogy here? Are we doing space or are we doing gravity? Or
No,
what,
I'm just
what
saying
is
there's, like,
Wi-Fi analogous
technologies-
to here?
Because there's there's technologies that we've figured out that are just mind blowing. Okay, and they exist. And at some point, you have to put faith in somebody who knows more about these things than you do.
Okay, let me just step in there.
Trust their observations.
Can I just step in and answer or address what you're saying here? I mean, because this is one of the main proofs that people roll out in support of quote unquote science, whether it's evolution or cosmology or global warming or whatever. They'll straw man you and they'll say, you don't believe in science. And then they'll say, obviously science works because I've got a television and a car and so on and so forth. And the answer is that, yeah, I believe in engineering. I believe, my opinion on science is that science is very, very, very good at engineering. That's essentially what it is. It's you mix different chemicals together, you do experiments, you record the results, and then you add those experiments together, and then you can build some technology with that. And it's very, very good at that. But it's very, very bad when it comes to explaining evolution, cosmology, the weather, or anything, or sociology even. It kind of just falls flat on its face. And so you end up having these debates, and people turn out, they just constantly straw man you. They're like, oh, I've got a mobile phone, therefore that proves science, and it proves that mankind descended from apes, and that the world is a globe and black holes exist. And it's like, no, that fucking doesn't prove any of that shit at all. You're just extending what science can prove.
Yeah, so actually that's a fucking fantastic point, Brutus. To reutilize your Wi-Fi analogy, Stephen, you could very much say that about gravity, and you could very much say that about evolution. Your side of this argument, i.e. the scientific, nihilistic, atheistic side, is desperate to take the words theory of away from evolution and gravity, but they can't, because you cannot prove these fucking things. We could all be living in a simulation with no fucking shape. For all we know, like maybe it literally cannot be rendered at that scale. Have you ever thought about that? Like it's like nobody fucking knows.
But don't you realize, right, that the whole thing of like the flat Earth thing relies upon dismissing the massive body of evidence that we have, the 99% of evidence, which is all of space flight. You just dismiss it out of hand.
Eric Dubé has
none of it.
Lying about it.
Eric Dubé has 100.
Yeah, you just dismiss it out of hand. But yet, let me finish, right? But yet, SpaceX, NASA, ESA, right, Japan, Russia, all the spacefaring nations, India now, China, right? They send up rockets every single day almost. SpaceX itself in America now sends one up roughly 3 times a week. Just them themselves. These rockets go up. You watch them.
Are they?
Yeah, they're lying.
What do they go up for?
most of the launchers are Starlink satellites. That's what SpaceX is sending up. Yeah, but the point
lying.
is, you can see the rocket again. You see, they're just lying, but you can see the rockets go up with your own eyes. Now you can even see them land with your own eyes. So you can go
Stephen,
to Florida.
come on, don't patronize us. We know that they are literally putting gasoline inside bits of metal and flinging it into the atmosphere. We know that. We're not claiming that rockets don't exist. At any point, nobody said that. Like, come on, you can't be that patronizing, right?
But
like,
let me finish. Let me finish. You know, you guys you can't let me get my point out. All right, you can stand in Florida, watch the rockets go up. You can look at your phone, watch the live stream of the rocket go up above your head. Watch it like on your phone with your own eyes, uninterrupted footage, and then the rocket will come back down. The first stage will come back down and land in front of your eyes, and then you can carry on watching the rest of it on your phone.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen that.
But even that should be a bit fucking sus to you.
Why?
Because we're going to fling something into the air. It's going to come back down, and then there's going to be a huge leap of faith while you believe that the stream we're showing you is real. Like, I don't know, Stephen. Like, it would not be hard to fling 3 bits of fucking. You give me a multi-trillion-dollar annual budget, and I'll fling as many pieces of metal into the sky as you want. I'll do all the live streams, Stephen. Like, I'll do them all. I don't like whatever. Like, it's fucking insane. Like, I'm not categorically saying the Earth is flat, but you can't just do your whole argument is a massive appeal to authority. Well, Elon fucking
no, it's
does
not.
rockets.
No.
And India, and like, it's just a massive appeal to authority. There's no logic there. Like, you're better than this.
I've presented a whole array of evidence this stream. I'm just saying now in this point, there's this massive body of evidence that I didn't rely upon at all for any of the arguments because I know that you guys dismiss it out of hand.
No, it's true. I need to go back and listen to the stream. And of course, I'm half being facetious. I love arguing. I especially love arguing.
While we're talking, Brutus, if you can just share my screen and I'll set this playing.
Oh,
okay, this is just like
hang on. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
So this is sped up, of course.
Yeah.
But this is uninterrupted. Okay, you can watch this take off with your own eyes from Florida.
Yeah, it looks flat to me.
It do be looking pretty flat. I'm like, wait for it.
Oh, there it is! Whoa!
Now, look, I've been saying for a long time that I've been wanting to see this kind of type of image. So you're showing me.
Now it looks flat. Now it's gone flat. Now it's gone flat.
It's when the horizon is in the middle of the screen is when you can see it for real.
Damn, bro. Look, Stephen, I've got to be like, can we go back and just start from the beginning again? That's so interesting.
Wait, it's going to come back down and land, and you see all this.
Yeah, the landing is impressive to you nerds because you want to get your payload back. But me personally, I just care about whether space is real. So can we just go to the beginning? I want to watch. Like, I get it. He can land the fucking thing. It's not gonna get further away from Earth, is it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, can we just fucking? Like, I just want to. Okay. Cool. We're taking off. We're boosting along quite nicely, and we go from just the coast of Florida to suddenly. Okay, stop. Pause it. No, whoa. Can you go back to that? Yeah, that's the coast of Florida. Now I want everybody in your head to think of a globe and seriously think about the coast of Florida and think about how much space it takes up proportionally on a globe. And then tell me if that doesn't look like the state of Florida is about the size of the entire of North America.
So
where's the Floridian? Where's the
Floridian
Peninsula? Is my point.
Here's the thing, though. What's the point? Because to me, that looks
Stephen. Where's the peninsula of Florida that it took off from?
Well, let's just see if we can see it.
Okay.
There.
Oh, what do you mean there? It's just a line.
There. Yeah.
It's not a peninsula. And then we have cloud formations.
That's Florida there. That's the edge of Florida right there. Proven.
What do you mean proven? You can't just say words
yeah,
like
it's
proven.
Just like people arguing about pictures.
Listen, I don't know. It could be. I'll give you credit where it's due. And look, I'll say this: I've been waiting for a footage like this for a long time. It's interesting to see what SpaceX are releasing to the public. It looks janky to me. Florida looks way too big. If that's the Floridian Peninsula, Stephen, go back to before. Now that we've confirmed that it's the Floridian Peninsula, if you go back to the thing before, then the peninsula of Florida should not take up that much of the world, should it?
Yeah, it should when you've just taken off from it.
What? Why is the world not? Hold on. The world should stay consistent size.
Because you're still very close to. Because you're still very close to.
The world shouldn't drop off that quickly into a ball, should it?
Let's look at that angle there, by the way.
I should be seeing Canada. I should be seeing like the top of America and Canada first.
If we look at this is, I guess, the nose of Florida right there.
Right.
Okay, and we go back.
Now look how tiny Florida is even on this map. Look how tiny Florida is even on the map you just showed me. And now look, we're going back to this, the real footage of Earth, right? And Florida's going to be huge. It's going to take up a quarter of the Earth's surface.
But here's the thing, John. You can watch these take off every other day with your own eyes and follow them and track them. And then watch it on your phone at the same time.
No, they're not the same thing, Stephen. That's basic magic 101. That's basic illusion distraction 101. They're not the same thing. You can see the first part with your own eyes, yeah. Then there's the second part. The massive appeal to authority that you rely on. It's not logical. Sounds good. You can watch it every day on your phone 3 times a week, but that's not logical, what you're saying.
Well, it is because they don't always land. Some of them blow up, and so you can be
so they
the
fail
one that you're
sometimes.
watching. Yeah, so the one that you're watching it blows up on the live stream. Yeah.
It'd be very easy to just put an effect on that screen to make it look like it blew up, right? Yeah, I'm going to have to watch lots of videos of rockets blowing up now, Stephen, to even see it. And also, look, so here's Florida, there's the Atlantic Ocean. So what's that over there? Is that the coast of Africa?
No, that's clouds. That's just clouds.
If the ball is that size, we should be seeing something on the other side, right? None of these continents look the right size. It's like the ball, Florida seems to take up a lot of the ball.
It's only going... what is it, like 100 miles up?
Oh,
when it lets,
it's only going 100
off the
miles
second
up.
stage.
What's
something
that in
like
feet? What's that in feet? What's 100 miles in feet?
Miles to feet. Let's find out.
About 500,000 feet.
528,000.
Yeah, about 500,000 feet. Yeah, I don't know why Florida's so small. That's fucking crazy.
Do you guys want to move it on a little bit? Maybe I've got another video I could show you. How about that?
Sure.
You interested? Yeah. I was going to
stop.
We
lost the audience yet? Well,
we've got 40 people watching. So.
All right.
This is what I tried to find. I've just found it now. So we're just going to talk about gravity.
With helium, a substance.
Right, here we go.
If you fill a balloon with helium, a substance lighter than the nitrogen, oxygen, and other elements which compose the air around it, the balloon will immediately fly upwards. If you fill a balloon with hydrogen, a substance even lighter than helium, the balloon will fly upwards even faster. If you blow a dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away and slowly but eventually fall to the ground. If you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. Now, this has absolutely nothing to do with gravity. The fact that light things rise up and heavy things fall down is simply a natural property of
density and buoyancy.
It's very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Lady Blunt says, most people in England have either read or heard that Sir Isaac Newton's theory of gravitation was originated by his seeing an apple fall to the earth from a tree in his garden. Persons gifted with ordinary common sense would say that the apple fell down to earth because, bulk for bulk, it was heavier than the surrounding air. But if, instead of the apple, a fluffy feather had been detached from the tree, a breeze would probably have sent the feather floating away, and the feather would not reach the earth until the surrounding air became so still that, by virtue of its own density, the feather would fall to the ground. Wilbur Voliva, famous flat earther in the early 20th century, gave lectures all over America against Newtonian astronomy. He would begin by walking on stage with a book, a balloon, a feather, and a brick, and ask the audience, how is it that a law of gravitation can pull up a toy balloon and cannot put up a brick? I throw up this book, why doesn't it go on up? That book went up as far as the force behind it forced it, and it fell because it was heavier than the air, and that is the only reason. I cut the string of a toy balloon. It rises, gets to a certain height, and then it begins to settle. I take this brick and a feather. I blow the feather. Yonder it goes. Finally, it begins to settle and comes down. This brick goes up as far as the force forces it, and then it comes down because it is heavier than the air. That is all. David Wardlaw Scott says, any object which is heavier than the air and which is unsupported has a natural tendency to fall by its own weight. Newton's famous apple at Woolsthorpe, or any other apple when ripe, loses hold of its stalk, and being heavier than the air, drops as a matter of necessity to the ground, totally irrespective of any attraction of the earth. For if such attraction existed, why does not the earth attract the rising smoke, which is not nearly so heavy as the apple?
That's a fucking
The answer
good point.
is simple, because the smoke is lighter than the air, and therefore does not fall but ascends. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the earth revolves around the sun, and the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. Thomas Winship says, the law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders.
Can we pause this?
The whole of the hypothesis of this modern so-called science.
This is going on and on and on. So look, my contention is that he simply, I did A-level physics. He's just getting it wrong. He just doesn't understand how things work. He claims that basically...
Oh, wait, Stephen, sorry. Go back just a little bit to that one where there's 8 balls. This the thumbnail with 8. Sorry, if it's Brutus, there's like 8 ball. Go back. Oh, that. Yep. This is the best argument against globe Earth ever. Like this.
No,
just
it's
this screenshot.
Not.
Not even what he's going to say. Just this. This one. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Look, I know I'm playing these videos. I know it's a little bit boring to listen to because he's got a bit of a monotone voice, but so I don't know what to do. I can't fix the video for you, but the point that he is making is essentially that the entire globe Earth theory is built around the theory of gravity. That's it. And eventually, if you watch the video, he's trying to prove that gravity has not actually really been proven at all, not in a sufficient sense. And he talks about the experiments that have done to prove gravity, and they're kind of just complete bullshit. But you have to watch the video to see that. But anyway, sorry, go on. What was your point, SJJ?
So my point was that, look, we understand that gravity is a force that is not affected by the mass of an object, but by the weight, by the density of an object, because we have obviously done the experiment of dropping a bowling ball or a hollow ball together, and they both hit the ground at the same time. Explain that. That is effectively the theory of gravity. Why that happens?
Hang on, say that again. Sorry. What? Hollow? What?
So the famous trick that you're taught, the feather and the bowling ball, but the feather doesn't work because it has air resistance. But the two things that are vastly different weight, when dropped at the same time, if they're the same shape, will hit the ground at the same time.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. I'd have to see the experiment. I'm guessing it's such a small distance that you can't really record.
Well, here you can try it yourself, right? Try it yourself at some point with 2 bottles of liquid.
Well, I don't think this
disproves.
I don't think this disproves density. If you have, let's say you have a really big rock and a really small rock, and you drop them both at the same time, the big rock is heavier than the small rock, but they have the same density, so they're going to pass through the air at the same speed and hit the earth at the same time. That would make sense to me. So it's about density, not weight, really. It's not like heavier things move faster.
Yeah, that's the point of gravity, that there is this force that is nothing to do with buoyancy or light or density. He's saying it is due to density. Less dense things float, and more dense things sink down. That's his point. The real point is, no, that's not true. Get a water bottle that's empty, get one that's full, okay, drop them in front of you, you'll see that they both hit the ground at the same time.
Oh right, okay. I see the point you're making, but light things flow upwards. Air goes up. Air will rise above water. If you breathe underwater, the bubbles will come out, and they'll come out of the water, right? Do you know what I mean? So
there is buoyancy in a fluid. This is true as well. That is true as well. So that things within a fluid, and I guess the atmosphere is a fluid, then less dense things will rise.
The atmosphere is a gas, Stephen. So that's why when you put helium in a balloon, it rises above the nitrogen and oxygen that make up the air, because helium is less dense than the nitrogen and oxygen that make up the air. Why do you need gravity again?
So
fucking hell. Yeah, no, I bet we're just retarded, right? Like,
I'm just trying to see your point.
It's hard to explain.
I mean, we talked about this like on the previous show. I've never seen a flat earther talk about this, but this is my massive contribution to the flat earth movement. It's if you think about it from a science fiction perspective. Let's say you're flying out into outer space, right, and you come across a planet, and that planet is hollow, okay, and you can fly into that planet with your spaceship. If you're inside the middle of the planet, what happens to gravity? Do you just float around in the middle? Like, does gravity end? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you're standing. We
talked about this last week, didn't we?
Yeah, we talked about this last week. But it from a science fiction kind of imaginary perspective.
Surely you would be crushed by the gravity, right? The closer you'd get to the core of the Earth, the stronger the gravity would be, and eventually.
No, you're not crushed by gravity. You're only crushed by pressure.
What does gravity do then?
No, it's only the pressure. It's only the pressure of air or the pressure of water that crushes you. So when you go down under the ocean, it's the pressure of the water.
So in a hypothetical experiment where I have a tunnel that's like wide enough to fit a person in, and it goes straight down with no water, right down to it's only the air that would crush me.
No, let's say there's no tunnel. Let's say there's a lift, right? Let's say we're on Mars and it's solid rock all the way through. The magma has cooled. Okay. Mm-hmm. Somebody builds a lift, you get in the lift, you go down, so there's no air pressure because the whole you're surrounded by rock. But the middle of the planet is empty, and there's air in the middle of the planet. Will there be gravity in the middle of the planet? Will you just float? Like, will you how the hell does that work? Like, nobody's explained that. Nobody's thought about that from a science fiction perspective.
So true. You know, the most people have ever dug down is 8 miles. No one's ever dug more than 8 miles down under the surface of the earth in any way, with any form of drill or any composite mining, like nothing. So like you can talk about going up. And by the way, when they go up, even that Florida video that looked a bit sus, it just looked like a video game. It looked like what happens on a video game if you fuck with the code and put the camera outside of the bit that's been programmed. That's what it looked like. And then you can't even tell us about the other direction. You can't even tell us what happens if you go down. What happens when you go more than 8 miles down? Oh, what?
And on top of that, you've got this weird concept, which, by the way, has just been drilled into our head by science fiction movies. This weird concept of the orbit. So it's like Earth has got a gravity which sucks you in, but at some kind of magical point in that gravitational system, you'll reach like a magic sweet spot, which is called the orbit, where you'll kind of be like sucked in by the gravity, but not sucked in enough to fall out of the sky, and then you'll just be circling the planet. And I guess that's what, I don't know, it's like a really strange gravitational force, because the Earth is circling around the sun. It's in the orbit of the sun. The moon is circling around the Earth. It's in the orbit of the Earth. And spaceships are in the orbit of the Earth as well. And it's like, well, how the fuck does that work? Like what?
So I can tell you, the answer is most people don't understand what like being in orbit actually means. Being in orbit doesn't mean that you're not falling down. What it means is that you're just going extremely fast. So when you observe a rocket go up, this is why, like flat earthers will say, oh, well, it's going sideways. Yes, it has to get more horizontal velocity than going up. So the trick to getting into orbit is to go up a very tiny bit and then go sideways as fast as you can. And you have to get to 17,500 miles per hour. And then when you're at a sufficient height...
Why is that, though? Why do you have to get to 17,500?
Because this is orbital velocity. So at that point, at a sufficient height, it's something like about 200 miles, and at 17,500 miles per hour, then you're still falling down, but you miss the Earth. So you're going fast enough. You're still falling down, but you always miss the Earth, meaning that you always go.
So the Earth is supposed to be rotating at 66,000 miles an hour.
No, 1,000.
No. What? How fast is the Earth supposed to spin around?
1,000 miles per hour, isn't it?
Are you sure about that?
Anyway, so you're saying the planet Earth is falling into the sun? That's why we're orbiting the sun, because we're falling into the sun and we keep missing it? Is that how that works?
Yeah.
And that's the same for Jupiter and Saturn and Venus and Mars as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds a bit sus to me. It's like a large area of orbit around the sun.
Okay, my bad. Sorry, we're orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, and we are spinning ourselves 1,000 miles an hour. So that's that's what I mean. Is that you're not? Yeah. Actually, 67,000 miles an hour.
Come on, 666. They just rounded it up to hide the.
Shall we do George's main point? George's best point. He found like 6 photos of Earth in your stream, Bruce. They wanted you to talk about.
Well, this video is actually really. I mean, I guess it's just.
All right, do this. Can you skim along and find out where there's like
Eric debate is an acquired
in this most exact
of
all sciences, this wonderful feat
there's
of
like
the
6
intellect
photos of Earth
becomes at once
somewhere.
the most ridiculous superstition and the most.
Well, this point
gigantic
is actually
imposture to which
quite good because
whirling away through space and therefore needing some force or forces to guide it in its mad career and so control it as to make it conform to what is called its annual orbit around the sun. The theory, first of all, makes the Earth to be a globe.
Right.
Then not a perfect globe, but an oblate spheroid.
This is another great point that he points out. And I've seen clips of that. You know, the black science guy, he's on Joe Rogan, and he talks about this.
Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Yeah. And he says, well, actually, the world is a pear-shaped because it blobs out in the middle because of the... Anyway, who talks about
flattened at the poles, then more oblate, until it was in danger of becoming so flattened that it would be like a cheese, and passing over minor variations of form, we are finally told that the Earth is pear-shaped, and that the ellipsoid has been replaced by an apoid. What shape it may assume next,
if you just pause it though, the reason why...
But he does say this though, doesn't he? You do understand this, because you've got in your little profile pic a picture of the Earth. That is a perfect circle. But Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Epic high IQ black man, okay? Says science man, says that the Earth is actually a little bit pear-shaped. And that's not in any of the NASA pictures at all. So I don't know. They're lying. I'm just saying it looks really fucking weird, okay?
Yeah, at some point somebody's lying. Let's just admit that. There is some fuckery going on. That's what I'm saying. Like there is some fuckery going on.
Exactly. So, I'm not actually claiming to understand how the universe works. I just want to make that clear. I don't fucking know. I don't know what's beyond the ice wall. I don't know how the universe is put together. I do not have all the answers to these questions. I'm just saying NASA is lying about some shit, okay?
But their model works 100%. This is the difference. Like, you don't have a model that can make any predictions. NASA has this model. It's not NASA, by the way. It's the collective body of astronomy has a model. It makes predictions. They come true every single time. They work. Therefore, the model is proven correct.
Why are you saying flat earthers can't predict eclipses? What makes you think they can't?
They can't.
Oh, yeah, it's a good no, Stephen. That's not true at all. You've seen, and I know you've seen the flat Earth map with the sun and moon orbiting around above it. That's obviously a simulation. Like, if you put the exact
speed and trajectory of those planets as mapped over a flat Earth, you could absolutely predict when they're going to cross over each other. The problem is the problem.
The
no,
Aztecs
with
would
flat Earth,
predict eclipses. People have been predicting eclipses for a long, long time. Indians predict eclipses with Vedic cosmology.
It doesn't need to be a ball for you to predict an eclipse. The eclipse is problematic to flat Earth only in a lunar sense. The lunar, and I said to you before, it is the strongest argument against flat Earth is that there's this lunar eclipse that happens. The sun and
it's not
the
just
moon
eclipses though. We can predict lots of things. The sunrise to the exact time and date. Eclipses,
you could get that down to you could have that
where
on
the
flat Earth
stars
model
are
too.
going to be anything.
You could have
With
that
a model
on a flat
that
Earth model
works.
too. The stars are fixed.
You don't have a model.
The stars are fixed in the sky, like it's
You
you
can
predict where the stars are going to be.
You can't even explain what either a solar or a lunar eclipse is. What goes?
I can explain a solar one. I just can't explain it from a flat Earth model. I just can't explain a lunar one.
How does a lunar one work?
No, I don't. I can't explain. Well, the best thing I could say is that there would be this is a fucking out there theory, right? And this is where I lose the audience. But for that to work in a flat Earth model, there would have to be some kind of second sun or second thing, third celestial body other than the sun and the moon in the sky, like a dark sun. And look, if you look into the literature, there is a black sun. There is a black sun talked about in Vedic texts, talked about by Romans,
known as
Rahu to the Indians.
Rahu.
Yeah, so look, the black sun, which astrologers, not astronomers, astrologers predict where it's going to be in the sky. Like you have a Rahu placement based on when your time and date where you're born. It's in your zodiac natal chart, right? So it's like you can easily predict where Rahu is going to be, and that's the thing. If you could have, if you can accept the existence of a transitory, like a third body that moves around in the sky, then you can explain that. It's not a good argument. I'm not saying it's a good argument. That's why I say that a lunar eclipse is the strongest argument against flat Earth. But so what? Just because there's holes in flat Earth, I'm leaning much more towards like a simulation. It doesn't really have a shape.
I would admit here, SJJ, that it is very difficult to explain lunar eclipses or solar eclipses through mechanistic Newtonian physics. I don't think there is any explanation. I think you have to reach towards a supernatural explanation. And I think if you follow the flat Earth through to its final conclusion, you have to reach a kind of religious and supernatural explanation because that's it. That's where it's leading. And Eric the Bey doesn't go there. He tries to keep everything very, very scientific, but that's his way of doing things. That's fair enough.
Appeal to magic, effectively, an appeal to the supernatural.
Well, science just inevitably goes to atheism and nihilism. If you follow science to its logical conclusion, then nothing means anything. It's all just atoms smashing into themselves.
You two have given your theory of an eclipse. Brutus's magic. You've gone for Rahu, of a third body, a fourth body, or whatever. Here's the thing: to shoot that out of the water completely. For one, the globe model predicts these things to the letter. We know how they work. We know the mechanism, how it happens. For instance, a lunar eclipse is the shadow of the Earth.
It doesn't. Joe, can I just say something? I've seen in the sky, just to blow this out of the fucking water straight away. I've seen in the sky a moon and the sun at the same time, and the moon is half not there.
Yep.
Yeah.
How the flying fuck does that make sense? The sun is in one corner of the sky, the moon's in another corner of the sky, half the moon is missing, and I'm supposed to just trust science and I don't know, square this fucking circle in my mind and kind of imagine that.
I'm so glad that you said that. I'm so glad you said that there could be a crescent moon in the sky when the sun is still out. I'm so fucking glad you said that because that is there's videos of that floating around. By the way,
it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, okay, so I need to get out finish my first point, which is we know how the lunar eclipse works. The model predicts it, and the idea that it can't be a fourth or third body is disproven by if you just go and watch a lunar eclipse yourself. I have done this personally. I used to be fascinated by this because I used to be looking for UFOs. Okay, and so I once filmed a lunar eclipse with my Canon, whatever it is, 50 zoom camera. If you turn up the ISO on your camera whilst watching a lunar eclipse, the moon's still there. Nothing is moving in front of it. So that just blows that out of the water. Now, the idea... what's the other point?
I hate to be a pedant, but not necessarily. If the thing that's moving in front of it is not completely opaque, if the thing that moves in front of it is translucent, then the argument still holds. But whatever, I'm not.
Yeah,
So it's a
Rahu's like a
C-
giant fucking ghost monster, and it's eating the moon. And
It's
that's,
a
yeah,
C-
that's what's going on, dude.
Oh my god. And I've completely forgotten what the other point was.
I would like to
What was
change
the
tack
second
just
thing we
slightly,
talked
if I
about?
may, and ask Stephen a question. Because, Stephen, first I want to commend you. You've done a fantastic job tonight of holding up the argument for sanity.
Let's go.
And obviously, I'm on Team Brutus, but I still think you've done a great job of like. But here's the thing: what is it? And this is we're getting out of the realm of the scientific and going more into the psychological, maybe even the spiritual. What is it, Stephen, that makes you so ardent in this thing? Because this is a bit of a bugbear for you, right? Like you do not like. Not so much conspiracies in general, but this one in particular, like you've got a fucking bee in your bonnet about flat Earth, right? Is it because it's just so patently obvious to you that it's a ball and it just annoys you that people...
Yeah, I was trying to explain to Presley on the way out while Bruce was at the toilet that, for one, it doesn't comport with my... Like the flat earthers say, you know, they try to tell you that your experience of the world is that it's flat and this is like your natural experience of the world, but that isn't mine. And particularly because like I spent a lot of time outside at night and like when I was in Thailand, okay, and I saw, you know, sunrises and sunsets all the time. I mean, we haven't even talked about that. Seeing sunrises and sunsets over the ocean is a massive one. But like looking at the night sky, seeing that the night sky turns around us every single night, that the moon goes across us in an
But
arc.
that's only in the
That was
northern
other point, by the
hemisphere,
way.
Stephen. What do you mean about Thailand? Seeing that in Thailand, the stars are fixed in both hemispheres, right? And they spin around the pole. They don't spin around us. They spin around the pole. You can see a time lapse of this. All the stars form like circles in the sky because they follow around the
Yeah.
pole.
Yeah, the point I'm making, of course, the closer to the equator you are, the more they move sideways. But because of during the night time, the sky effectively, if you look at, say, Orion's belt, it will start over on the left and by the end of the night have moved like, you know, halfway across the sky. The sky is turning above your eyes. Now, so this is just like intuitive to me that we live on something that is round, that is turning.
Or the sky's turning.
Oh,
The
yeah.
stars are
is
turning
actually-
around the pole star. Are we talking about the pole star? So I just went for a week. Are we talking about the pole star? Have we gone to that point? The fact that
We're talking about the difference between the flat earthers believe that the sky is moving around us.
Yeah.
But the natural intuition to me looking at the world at night time is that we are turning.
Yeah, but why
we are on a body that is spinning.
Why can everybody on every part of the planet at night always see the pole star? You would think
you can't if you're in the southern hemisphere.
No, then you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
That's an interesting one. I don't know if you can, but I know that they have different constellations in the southern
You
hemisphere.
can
like
see the pole star in
Southern
the
Cross
fucking
and stuff.
southern hemisphere. What the fuck? Of course you. Okay, well, I'll Google it. Can you see the pole star in the southern hemisphere? Can I spell that?
You're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you can't. That's like there are constellations that are visible in the southern hemisphere. Like when I was in Australia, I could see the Southern Cross, which you can't see in the northern hemisphere.
And
But
the
again,
sky
that
turns
doesn't
the
prove
opposite
that
way.
Yeah, but it doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball. It's
No, but it's
your
one or
best
the
arg-
other. It's one or the other. And the sky is spinning around us for some inexplicable reason.
Why
You
would
know,
that be inexplicable?
like God hanging a mobile over your cradle, you know, and twirling
Genesis
it.
1:14, yeah.
Yeah, which is effectively, I wasn't going to go, but effectively, flat Earth is a Jewish model of the heavens and the Earth. Okay, and and the globe is like the European reasoned, discovered version.
Okay, so you can't see the pole star from Australia.
No.
Man, that's kind of far out. Yeah.
So,
but surely, if the world was spinning, then at some point you would be able to see the pole star from Australia. Wouldn't you?
no.
So we're just fucking spinning around in circles all the time. So we're spinning around in circles around the sun, yeah. And at the same time, we're spinning in a circle, and we're also orbiting the sun, and still we can never actually see the pole star from Australia. At no point.
Yeah, you can't see it because it's directly above the Earth. It's straight up. And
Even though we're spinning around the sun.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick here, honestly. I'm just like trying to visualize this in my mind, and I can't visualize it. I just can't. Like we're a ball, we're spinning in a circle, we're going around so is the North Pole always facing in a certain direction towards the sun? Is that how it works? Is that how you're saying it works? Like the North Pole is slanted towards the sun in a certain way?
So the Earth is always pointed one way up. It's always pointed one way up. I mean, it doesn't do a flip. It never does a flip. So it's always pointed one way up, and what's above it you can see from the northern hemisphere. And as you go further south, then you can't see it, and you're looking the opposite way. You're looking at the stars that are, in the other direction. It's hard. It's really hard to explain.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem a bit strange. Yeah. Okay. Like, I mean, I can visualize in my mind, like, okay, I can put my finger here. Okay. I know this is probably terrible to listen to, but if you put your two fingers, right? So I've got one finger up here and one finger down here, and I'm spinning one finger in a circle. Okay. So that's the Earth going around the sun. And I'm imagining the finger at the top is the pole star. And so I'm imagining that I'm on Earth, and there's going to be a part of the Earth which is never going to see the pole star. Okay. But then the question is popping up in my mind. There are all these other stars that are below, and where are they, and how do they fit into the equation? I don't know, man. It just seems very strange. It just seems very odd. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems very odd.
Yeah, it fucking seems really odd, to be honest with you. It seems like the flat Earth model would explain the pole star a lot more simply.
No, it wouldn't, because on the flat Earth model, we would all be able to see all the same stars. There's no explanation for why we wouldn't be able to see all the same stars, because they're above us. Only the fact that we are on a sphere, and part of the sky is obscured by the physical body of the Earth when you go around to the other side of it explains different stars.
Yeah, or it's just vanishing point, isn't it? Something goes into the horizon and then disappears, So I don't know, man. Yeah.
Anyway, find those 6 pictures of the Earth if you can. It's
right, yeah, it's just coming up.
I love that 6 pictures of the Earth. Scientist. How is it that gravity is so strong that it can hold all the oceans, buildings, and people stuck to the underside of the ball Earth, but so weak that it allows birds, bugs, smoke, and balloons to casually evade its grips completely? How is it that gravity holds our bodies clung to the underside of a ball Earth, but yet we can easily raise our legs and arms, walk or jump, and feel no such constant downward pulling force? How is it that gravity can cause planets to revolve elliptical orbits around a single center of attraction? Ellipses by nature require 2 foci, and the force of gravitation would have to regularly increase and decrease to keep planets in constant orbit.
I mean, what do you think about these NASA's image? 2012, 2013, America seems to have shrunk a bit. Is that a political change? Is that because of Obama?
Well, when we go to the 6 photos of Earth, it'll make the point more stronger, I think. This is what George wants.
Pulling them into direct collision courses.
It's coming up.
Thomas Winship says that the sun's path is an exact circle for only about 4 periods in a year, and then of only a few hours at the equinoxes and solstices, completely disproves the might have been of circular gravitation, and by consequence, all of gravitation.
I'm just thinking, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can't get this pole star thing out of my head, right? I've got my two fingers here. Everybody in the chat can follow along. Put your two fingers, okay? One finger is spinning in a circle. Pole star is one finger. Your other finger is the sun, the Earth going around the sun. So shouldn't there be stars? Like if on the southern hemisphere you can't see the pole star, shouldn't there be some star systems that you can't see in the northern hemisphere?
If you're in the south, if you're in the southern hemisphere, you see a completely different set of stars to if you're in the northern hemisphere.
I just don't think that's true. Is that true?
Well,
is that real?
Yeah. George
That
said
doesn't
he's
make-
seen the Southern Cross.
Yeah, I have. I've seen the Southern Cross in the sky in Australia, and you can't see the Southern Cross in the. But again, that doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball, because on a flat Earth model, you're just talking about a center and an outskirts. So you're looking at like some things that are visible on the edge and some things that are visible in the middle, and like some things that are close to the right. Because on a flat Earth map, you're not going upside down when you're going to Australia. So it's the same thing, that the same logic applies. You're looking up, and what is directly above you is not directly above what's in the middle. But it's really not that complicated. Like, you're overcomplicating it. It doesn't. It's a good argument, but it's not proof.
All right.
It's not like evidence proof. It's just a very strong argument. And honestly, the most compelling one of the evening that I've heard. I haven't been here the whole time.
All right, here it is. We have to watch this couple of minutes. Then can I share this?
Yeah.
Flat earthers love to complain about how dumb it is to look up at the sky to determine the shape of the Earth, but that's only because doing so specifically proves that it's a sphere, and it's one of the ways we figured out that it's a sphere thousands of years ago. For example, if you're at a northerly latitude facing northwards and you watch the stars for a while, you will notice that they appear to rotate counterclockwise around a point in the sky. This point is roughly aligned with the star Polaris, which we call the North Star. If you were to then travel south for a while, you would see that certain stars are no longer viewable, and at the equator, all the stars move directly east to west through the sky. Then, heading towards the southerly latitudes and facing south, you will see a whole new batch of stars you couldn't see in the north, and they will again be rotating around a point in the sky, though this time clockwise instead of counterclockwise. So, how do we make sense of these observations? Do they work on a flat Earth? Not even a little bit. That the sky would be doing different things for different people just because they are standing closer or further from the center of a disk is total nonsense. That's why flat earthers avoid this subject all.
I want to hear him out. Wait.
Because he's just lying there. I mean, he's just plain lying there. Like, the flat Earth model would explain that, as George has already said. I just thought I'd interject there. Go on.
Altogether, unless they have the balls to invent idiotic sorcery like personal domes and other fantasies that are not even worth deconstructing. Furthermore, why can't people towards the outer edge see the same stars as people towards the center? And vice versa. What's blocking the light? Again, no explanation. Now, what would happen on a sphere that is turning? Standing up north, whichever point in the sky is aligned with the rotational axis would appear not to move, and everything else would rotate around it, just like we see. Standing in the south, same thing, but the opposite direction from their perspective. Also, any star that would require a line of sight that cuts through the Earth is not visible because we can't see through the Earth. That's why Southerners can't see Polaris and Northerners can't see the Southern Cross. But that's not all. Literally all observations of the sky from the southern hemisphere are utterly inexplicable on the flat Earth. Consider people standing towards the southern tips of South America, Africa, and Australia. They all can see the Southern Cross when they look south, and two of them at a time can even see it simultaneously, depending on the time of night. Does that make any sense with these folks all looking in completely different directions? None whatsoever. Come to think of it, what does south even mean on a flat Earth? It's totally nonsensical.
Well, that's
but again, on a sphere, south actually means something.
He's applying
and all these people.
He's applying globe model stuff to a flat. The whole point of flat Earth is saying we don't know
up to a point, and then we're making a model based on our best guess from what we can see, actual evidence, actual scientific evidence. It's quite possible that the sky does look different at different sides, and we have no way of explaining it yet. But his argument, hands down, is fucking compelling, right? Like the Southern Cross argument, I would say, is actually more strong than the lunar eclipse argument. The lunar eclipse argument is kind of like meh. The Southern Cross argument is very, very convincing.
Anyway, I think he's explained it. That's why.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What's this? What do you think?
So,
I'm just trying to. What do you think?
Shall we do this point? That
hang on. Let's do this. Let's do this. What do you think about
It
this?
has shown video of astronauts supposedly in low Earth orbit experiencing complete weightlessness or zero gravity. How is this weightless effect achieved if gravity doesn't exist? As it turns out, for the past several decades, NASA, together with Boeing, have been perfecting so-called zero-G planes and zero-G maneuvers, which are able to produce weightlessness at any altitude. Aboard modified Boeing 727s, specially trained pilots perform aerobatic maneuvers known as parabolas. Planes climb with a pitch angle of 45 degrees using engine thrust and elevator controls. Then, when maximum height is reached, the craft is pointed downward at high speed.
Right.
The period of weightlessness begins while ascending and lasts all the way up and over the parabola until reaching a downward pitch angle of 30 degrees, at which point the maneuver is repeated. Therefore, all NASA's footage of astronauts aboard space shuttles or the International Space Station
So Stephen
can be
Hawking.
easily hoaxed and simulated in Earth atmosphere aboard a
Fucking hell.
zero-G plane. In fact, watching
Right,
footage
pause it
of
on that.
zero-G
Let's
plane
look
flights
at that.
Yeah, let's pause it on the blonde girl with the big tits. Yeah. So anyway, I mean, the point is that
Where's
like,
George gone?
Oh,
He's gone.
yeah. It says you're not connected, George. Oh, here. You back,
Yeah, I
mate?
don't know what
Hello?
happened there. I think it was because I was trying to share a link. Stephen, I put one in the back chat. I want to see how Eric Dubé explains the Southern Cross. So I found a video of Eric Dubé tackling the Southern Cross, and I just want to let's see how because so far to me that's the most compelling argument in your favor, Stephen.
Okay, hang on. Like, I mean, okay, we'll get to that, but I mean, essentially, I mean, for me, that little video clip proves that NASA, for whatever reason, is doing these flights, and then they're on a plane. They dip the plane down, and people kind of like float for a little bit. So, like, what's the point of them doing that if they're not? If there isn't some kind of conspiracy, I mean, what are they doing? They're just playing around. Is it just like to train astronauts? Like, how do you explain that?
It's training, and some of it is like recreational. People will pay to do it.
It's recreational. Okay, all right. Okay.
But effectively, right, there is a point here that we know that this works. You accept that it works with the plane, and effectively what the plane is doing is matching the rate at which people are falling. So inside they're still falling to Earth, but the plane is matching their descent. That's why they appear weightless. Okay. Inside the plane, and this is the same thing that is happening in the space station. It's just at a much higher level, and they're going really, really fast, and they're both falling like down, but they're moving at the same time. It's hard to explain.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it just seems kind of funny why they do that. I'm trying to click on your link, George.
Yeah, it doesn't go to a particular
it's a TikTok.
video.
SJJ might want to.
It's not
just
really
the first video. Just the first video.
It's not really working because I don't have a TikTok account, so I'm just getting a whole bunch of like random videos.
It will be if you get 6 random videos come up, whatever. It's just the first one, the one with the dome on top of the flat Earth kind of thing.
Okay, well, I'm not getting it, so
that's cool.
I think I can share.
Oh, you can share. Yeah. You do it. It'd be better.
All right.
Okay.
This one then.
How the southern stars work on the flat Earth. Cool.
Is this?
You get full screen? No. Is that it?
Yeah, okay. No, because it's fucking TikTok, innit?
It's fucking TikTok, innit? It's fucking TikTok.
There's no sound.
That might be a you problem. Like that might be the way you're sharing on
stream it. I think there's a setting you have to click when you're sharing other media or something. But yeah. Anyone who wants to watch it can go watch it. There is a flat Earth explanation for it. I don't know how convincing it is, but it does exist.
We can see Polaris, Ursa Major and Minor, and other northern constellations from every point north of the equator simultaneously.
Sorry,
but
I'll start it again.
Okay.
We can see Polaris, Ursa Major and Minor, and other northern constellations from every point north of the equator simultaneously, but conversely cannot see the so-called South Pole Star, Sigma Octantis, the Southern Cross, or other outer constellations simultaneously from every point south of the equator, because they all sweep over a great southern arc from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. We can see Polaris.
Did he say we can see Polaris from the south?
No, he's saying you can see Polaris from everywhere in the northern hemisphere, the whole northern hemisphere, which would be the bit under that dome in his video, right? So from the bit under, and then he's saying, but you can't actually see the Southern Cross consistently in the south.
That's not making any sense.
Which changes it quite a lot, because Stephen was saying it like the Southern Cross was a fixed thing, like Polaris, like it's always there.
Right.
But according to Eric Dubé, it isn't. So obviously we need to unpack that because that's kind of important.
Yeah. He talks about that in the 20 Proofs video. Actually, he says that they're trying to make out there's some kind of like southern, I can't remember the terms that they use, but some kind of star constellation that you can constantly see in the south, and it's just not true. Apparently, some guys like offered like a whole bunch of money to fly some people to Antarctica to prove it. I don't know, man.
Have you guys even covered Antarctica this evening?
Well, I mentioned. I mean, we've been sort of covering this video, which is 20 proofs of the flat Earth. Where I picked.
Oh no, I get it, but I just mean Stephen, just on the side. Like, how do you explain Antarctica? You really think that a bunch of globalist nations just got together and do military experiments there? Like, you don't think they're hiding anything by roping off an entire continent? You know how big Antarctic tourism would be? People would love to go there.
Well, it's not necessarily the case that you can't go there. There are expeditions there. You can go and look them up now.
I've actually tried. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars all paid up. And not only that, but when you go there, you go on a cruise. So you're not actually on land. And they take you to several sites, several little islands, like off Antarctica. They never take you to Antarctica. So it's like, that is a sus argument. Like, that is, well, whatever, but you know.
No, I get it. It's a vast wilderness. There's probably some shady shit being hidden there, maybe military bases or not. I doubt it. I'd put 30% chance that there's like shit like that going on there. I just think it's like very far away, expansive, dangerous, and there's just like scientific, like a very bare bones, scientific expedition there. Like there is an expedition there. There's like a live cam that you can tune into and see. You can apply for a job there. Yeah, there is. I think there's a live stream of the outpost that they have there.
Yeah, I don't know. Guys. I'm kind of worn out. Should we? I mean, we said we did promise the audience. We did promise the audience that we would talk about politics, and we were going to do Flat Earth for an hour. George came on. I will admit, it's been 3. George, I will. You kind of rescued me for a bit. I was wearing out. I was being beaten down by 2 globalists. They were just sitting there. They were like, "We will not accept your evidence." I was showing them photos of 70,000 feet up. It's flat, and they were like, "No, that's not flat." And I'm like, "But it looks flat." And they're like, "No, it's not." And I don't know what to do. Like, well, you can show people the evidence; they just don't accept it. I didn't know what to do. But you added some more energy to the argument. So thank you for that, George.
You're more than welcome.
In conclusion, I think it's objectively fair to say that I won that debate. So thank you. A round of applause in the chat. Alfred won the debate, and that was just a clear victory for the flat Earth and a clear, undeniable victory for the flat Earth. So thank you very much, everybody.
Quickly takes off my final proof.
Thank you very much for
You
taking
can
part
rewind and check that out.
in the debate. Flat Earth has been like consistently proven, and that's it. We won. Flat Earth won. Globalism has been defeated. God bless Eric Dubay, and that's all I've got to say, really. You know, there you go. So maybe we should like talk about some news. I don't know. Do you guys you want to talk? Have you been following the news, George? Do you want to stay on for another hour? You got some energy?
No, listen, I'll dip, but I will be.
Oh, mate.
I'll see you boys in a bit. But yeah, politics and everything aside, that was a fucking phenomenal stream. Like, you guys should do more topics like this more often. SJJ, you're a trooper for like just hammering, and Bruce's mate. Yeah, well played, really, really good. Also, there was a girl on here at one point who like was well done, very well done. Yeah. Congratulations.
Well, I will say I have laid down the challenge for both SJJ and Tharium to bring a girl on the show, but so far they don't have the Riz. I'm the only guy with the Riz apparently in the Anglo Gang, so you know the challenge is sitting there on the internet.
Lacking aura, and yeah, it's fine. So SJJ, I'm sure, is very good with the ladies. He just keeps his cards close to his chest.
That's it. Well, yeah, he's a big baller, isn't he? I suppose. So you know.
I'll change that now. Gonna change that.
Yeah, she ran when George turns up. She
was on her way out.
She ran away. She
actually stayed around for 15 more minutes to talk to George. Actually, if you want to go into it. Actually.
She ran.
Well, whatever. Okay, sure.
Oh, dude. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, you're perfectly welcome to bring a girl on the show, mate. It's all, you know, the challenges, the Anglo Gang challenges.
Women, that'll be fun. All right.
Yeah, the challenge is like, in order to save the English race, the Anglo race, we need the magic vagina, essentially, and that's it. You know, we have to learn how to communicate with females. In terms of conspiracy theory, race realism, and the Jewish question, and flat Earth, and all the rest of it, you know, we got to get them on board with the agenda. So, you know, if you got the Riz, bring a girl on the show. That's it. But thanks for coming on.
Players, lads.
All right, cheers.
Thanks, George.
All right, dude. Let's talk about some fucking news. Right, I've had it with flat Earth. You got any news? You got any news?
Oh my god, let me get rid of all my tabs here.
Right, I'm scrolling down. I've got
what
some
were the big stories of the week then?
I've got some fun Trump clips to look at. Let's have a look at this. We'll just get going with this. Boom, boom. This is just kind of fun. I don't know.
I've met him.
Yeah. He's just talking about Mel Gibson. It's just kind of fun.
I'll tell you, I saw Braveheart. I think Mel Gibson is a very good guy. I've met him.
Yeah.
A number of times, good guy, but I'll tell you, that was super Mel Gibson in his prime.
Oh yeah.
So, and I was on a plane, and there was absolutely nothing to do. It was one of these planes that you couldn't make calls, you couldn't do, and they had tapes.
That's all planes for us.
And they showed me they showed me, sir, we have 20 tapes, and I looked at the tapes, and they were all, and this was like 20 years after it was made. This was probably 6 years ago. I never saw Braveheart.
Okay.
And they showed me a tape. I said, all right, let's put that one on. And within about 4 minutes, I said, this may be the greatest movie I've ever seen.
It's incredible. Within 4 minutes.
No, I'm a Braveheart fan. But you've seen it.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. I saw it with my mom.
I mean, how good. I wish I saw it with my mom.
That's just a bit of a fun video. I mean, he's not afraid to glorify Mel Gibson, I suppose, which is something. But this is the real epic Trump video of the week.
Something you have, you know.
This is by obviously the legendary Kunli Drukbar. Trump's obsession with genes. This is a reaction to the New York Times headline makes it seem as if Trump has a deep intellectual curiosity about genetics instead of stating the obvious fact that he's simply a racist. So this is a fucking epic video. Like, if you're on the internet, like, share this, because this kind of blew my mind a little bit. I mean, I'd seen him talking about German blood being good. Anyway, this is a compilation that he's put forward.
Winning is tough. I always said winning is somewhat maybe innate. Maybe it's just something you have. You know, you have the winning gene. My uncle was a great professor and scientist and engineer, Dr. John Trump at MIT. Good genes, very good genes, okay?
One of the smartest people in the history of MIT, in my blood. You believe in genes? Some do, some don't. But I had an uncle who was a professor at MIT. Believe me, if it's good genes, we believe in genes, right? We're allowed to say it. Do we believe in the gene thing? I mean, I do. Right? You know, I do.
It's pretty epic, isn't
they
it?
used to say Secretariat doesn't produce slow horses. A lot of it's about
This is like a real white pill for me. Like I don't know, man. Like, anyways, 3 minutes.
So what is he
of this.
saying? He believes in biological determinism, I guess, but probably in a boomer way. This is the thing; they don't ever seem to be able to like really connect the dots, do they?
Well, he's saying that he has an uncle who was a professor at MIT who
Right.
studied genetics, so he understands genetics. So, you know, I mean, that's scientific racism, and I don't know how you could interpret that in any other way.
Well, yeah, but he's married all his daughters to Jews, basically. So.
Well, I don't know. I mean, did he do that deliberately? I don't know. I don't know, man. I just thought it was a white pill. I just thought that was pretty kind of cool.
Yeah, which actually, I mean, we have to just mention. Then, I mean, I don't want to bash Trump just before the election or whatever, but we have to just ask, you know, what's going on here then?
Oh no, you're gonna. Oh god, I don't want to see this. Yeah. It's just a humiliation ritual. It's a humiliation ritual. He's forced to do it. It's politics. I don't want to watch this. No, I don't want to watch.
I mean, there's something to this that, like, okay, let's take a small white pill from this. He hasn't got a clue what the fuck he's doing. This guy that's constantly having to say to him, look, now rip the card up, now like chuck the card down there, and he's like, oh, okay, now put your hands together. And he's like,
yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. So, like, you know, he hasn't got a clue what he's doing. So it's not like some people will say, you know, like he's 100% involved in all this. So no, it's just it's all for show. It's all basically, I guess, to get another $100 million off these people or whatever.
Well, the thing that really
you've turned it off.
I don't want to look at it. It upsets me, to be honest with you. I just have a visceral reaction to it. I mean, I just feel like my only defense is that this is politics, and as we talked about before in this stream, I think there's just a massive difference between, people like me and you. We sit on the internet. I don't have any political power. You don't have any political power. You're not elected. So we are free to speak the truth, and that's kind of like our duty and our job to say what we believe to be true. But if you're a king, if you're a politician, your duty is not actually to speak the truth. Your duty is to protect the people. And if Trump knows, as he surely does, that to get elected and to save the country from the Democrats, he needs to side with the Jews, then he's just going to side with the Jews. And that's it. And it's like, yeah, whatever, no big deal. I love Israel. Yes, yes, yes. And he's just going to say all of that stuff and then get into power and then hopefully close the border down. I mean, that is what I would do if I was in his position. I would 100% do that. So I just, it's not very nice to watch. But there you go. Like, that's politics. Politics is the art of compromise, and it's sloppy and it's dirty, and there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think about it. In a weird way, I mean, I guess you have to have intricate knowledge of Judaism to understand what the heck is going on with these Chabad Luboviches who believe that their rabbi, whatever, was or still is the Messiah, even though he died, so he can't be, but they still believe it or something. I think they think he's going to come out of that grave or something. I don't get it, but they seem to have like a stranglehold over influential Judaism, particularly in America. And they are the apocalyptic, this is like the apocalyptic messianic sect of Judaism that is driven by zeal and devotion towards making like this end times happen. And I don't know how well this bodes like for what's going on in the Middle East and whatever, because the end of the story is the apocalypse and is fire and brimstone for the world, and then every knee will bow to the Jews, and they get 2,700 slaves or whatever. So
yeah,
I don't think it's great, these people having, whatever form of Abrahamism. I don't think it's great, these people having, real deep influences in politics, trying to lead us towards this end, trying to make the script happen.
No, I'm not happy about it either, but that is what it is. I mean, look, let me just put it out there. I don't 100% trust Trump. Like, it was actually video by it was actually Trump's magic skyscraper vagina, which kind of like convinced me that he's in with the Illuminati. But somebody did a video on the internet.
His what?
His magic skyscraper tree vagina. But if you
what are you on about?
If you look at Trump Tower in New York, essentially has trees embedded into the skyscraper, and it's shaped in like a downwards triangle shape. So it's like a magic tree vagina, like built into the skyscraper. It's a very strange thing to have, and somebody's making the point that the skyscraper is at a certain height, which is like a mystical occult number and this kind of things. So it does seem like he's definitely in with the Illuminati at some level. But maybe it's like a secret society and you join it because you see that that's where the power is. So you join it, you get involved in it, you make money using it. And then you like see like child sacrifice and you're like, fuck this shit. I don't like this shit. And then you start to fight against it. And maybe that's what Trump's doing. Maybe that's what Elon's doing. That would be the happy take on all of that. But it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say.
My take on this is that Trump has to win, because if he doesn't, then we're probably all going to get kicked off the internet again. Okay, so it's as simple as that, and then we can't do anything. So look, I mean, people are worried that Trump is going to start another war in the Middle East, and like for me, I'm pro-Ukrainian, so it does bother me what he's going to do with Russia. Is he going to appease Russia and give the whole of Ukraine to Russia or something? And these are concerns; these are legitimate concerns, but if like Kamala wins, then it's probably like game over anyway, and there's no way forward. So
yeah, I mean, we played the video last week of Kamala saying she wants basically just legalize all the illegal immigrants. So she wants amnesty, and that's it. That's the end of America. So when it comes to all of these celebrities or famous celebrities, mainstream celebrities, it's really, really hard to know what's going on behind the scenes. And essentially, you just got to like take them at face value to a certain extent, because you just don't really know what's happening. You don't know what secret backroom deals are being made. It's really impossible to say. And as an Englishman, essentially, Trump was pro-Brexit, and that's kind of like all I need to know. He's pro-English, he's pro-Brexit. He's made various signs saying he's kind of anti-immigration. That's what he means to people in their minds. That you talk to all day, you got to understand, like, we're in a kind of like a little bit of an echo chamber on the internet. But you go out and you talk to, like, I've had people say this. They're like, "Oh, you don't support Donald Trump, do you?" And these people, like, they don't know anything about politics. They really just don't understand anything. But they see Trump as being like an anti-immigration force. That's all they see. So for that in itself, that has great power. And so I just kind of feel like we should support him. And I will be voting for Donald Trump in about a month's time. I will fly to America. I'm going to go to 6 or 7 different states and vote. And that's it.
Yeah, me too. Look, it's more than just signs as well. It's more than just like giving lip service to immigration. All these people at his rallies rolling up signs saying mass deportations. He said, if you look at Trump's program, it is explicit. He said, whether he's going to do it or not, we don't know. But he's the candidate that's saying I am going to kick out all these illegal immigrants. It's there in his program. So, I mean, you have to vote him in, because the other person isn't going to do it. So you have to go for this guy, and then in a year's time we'll know if he's serious or not. I mean,
it changes
it's one
the
or the
narrative.
Other now,
the narrative matters. It really does. Like, even if these people don't follow through with their bullshit stuff, like, I mean, we're sitting here in England today, and we have Sargon of Akkad, of all people, talking about re-immigration. And I remember 8 years ago, everyone's making fun of him. Oh, Sargon, he's a civic nationalist, he's a fag, he's fat, blah, 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 blah. And now he's talking about re-immigration. He's like, we've got to kick these people out of the country. This is a massive Overton shift. This is a tremendous shift. Like, the narrative is moving more and more and more right wing. We've got Sweden, fucking Sweden of all countries. Like, that used to be a laughing stock. People used to make fun out of Sweden. Like 4 years ago, people were making memes out of Sweden, calling it like the joke of Europe, and now they're literally kicking people out. They're paying them to leave. So why is this? This is because the narrative has changed. So re-immigration is a buzzword now, and it wasn't 4 years ago, and it certainly wasn't 8 years ago. So the narrative matters. It absolutely matters. And you've got to support anybody that's pushing the narrative in the right direction, and that is Donald Trump.
Yeah, politics is about incrementalism. It's not about accelerationism. How does accelerationism get you anyway? If you're doing accelerationism, all that I can see is you're doing exactly what you're doing your enemy's job for them. Okay, you're just pushing what your enemy wants, while saying, I'm on your side, and somehow this is all going to get better because the system's going to collapse, bro. And so then we're going to take over somehow magically in that collapse. There's no proof that that's going to happen. There's no proof that you're going to take over in that vacuum anyway. It's all a LARP. And so we have to push towards, the people who are incrementally doing what we want, surely.
Yeah, I mean, we need to have this debate with Tharian. We started getting on it last week, but I don't know. We need to talk about this with the Tory party. I'm kind of like not really that excited about talking about the Tory elections, because it's like, fucking hasn't happened yet. How long's it been? Like 2 months, 3 months? Like, why can't these people just, have an election?
A leader before the budget, even.
Not having a leader before the budget, not having any kind of real response to anything that Keir Starmer's been doing or saying, because they're just faffing around with their election. Like if this was a serious political party, they'd just be like, boom, 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 one month maximum, get a new leader. Instead of they've just been dicking around. So it's a bit of a joke. I mean, a lot of people on Twitter are just banging on, oh, it's Jenrick versus Kemi Badden. Okay, like, I'm really excited. Fucking fantastic. Can we just get this? Can we just get it done? A
Nigerian. Yes, she was born here, but she was like an anchor baby. The mother dropped, just flew here, opened her legs, dropped her out, and then took her back to Nigeria. Grew up until she was 16 in Nigeria.
Oh, wow. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's Kemi Badenoch. Love her to bits, by the way. Not racist. It's all about that. But and then Robert Jenrick, who's married to an Israeli Jew.
Yeah, this is our choice. But I don't know, man. I don't know if I really want to get into it, because we just don't know who the leader is. So, like, what's the point? It's kind of like hot air, just talking into the vacuum. So, yeah, like, if Jenrick comes in, then it's going to be tough for Farage to build reform. If Kemi comes in, Farage will be able to build reform, and then maybe we can beat them in 2029. If Jenrick comes in, everybody's just going to swing back to the Tory party, and the only thing that Farage could do to prevent that would be to take an anti-Israeli position, which Jenrick will not take because his wife's Jewish. But I don't see any inclination of Farage doing that. So, yeah. No so chance. Maybe another divided vote in 2029, and we get 8 years of Labour or 10 years of Labour or whatever. I don't know. but we can't. I don't know. We can't really talk about it until it's happened. I was gonna segue into this just because, like, for any of the Tommy Tards out there, I just want to, like, I don't know. This is what happened a few months ago, before we, maybe 4, 5, 6 months ago, before we started this live stream. Tommy Robinson went to Canada, did a bunch of coke, and fucked a prostitute, essentially. So
I don't know
The
anything
first
about
night
this.
we went out.
have you never seen this? Oh well,
No.
Well, Tommy Robinson was going to go to Canada, and he was going to do a tour of Canada, and he wanted to raise like $80,000 or whatever, pounds, whatever. Instead, he went to Canada, and then went to a Indian restaurant, and then did some coke, and then went to a brothel. And this girl spoke out about it, and well, this is it. It's like 5 minutes long, but anyway, this should just, like, I just feel like this fucking Tommy cunt. Like, I just want him to go away. Like, fuck this. I'm so fucking sick and tired of, like, I feel like I've spent 8 years on the internet talking about fucking Tommy fucking Robinson with his Zionist agenda. I'm so sick and tired of this, and I'm so sick and tired of watching nationalists support him. Like, Tommy, fuck you. This guy loves Israel, and he's pro-immigration, and he's a cokehead, and the whole thing is a fucking scam where he just gets arrested, and then people say, "Oh, Tommy's been arrested again. Tommy's been arrested again. I donate money to Tommy fucking Robinson." Like, fucking wake up, you absolute cunts. So let's watch this.
Out, and it was Diet Coke night, and we weren't drinking, and everybody kept it sober. And then he said the next day, he's like, "Oi, I want to go for chicken korma." So he goes, "I know a guy in the UK, and his cousin owns a restaurant in Montreal. We're going there." And then we met the owner of the restaurant, and that's when he started offering us drugs. And I would say that Tommy held on as long as he could, but after he was white knuckling his sobriety. And he's very ADHD, and he's very twitchy. And that's when somebody broke out the cocaine, and then as a witness to trips to the bathroom, and then out came the vodka cokes, and next thing you know, a dragon had been unleashed in this man. And I was like, ooh. And that's when people are going, uh-oh, we have a problem here. He went missing from the hotel. People were panicking. And nobody wanted to go search for him. And I'm like, there is a white boy out there, like, looking for cocaine, guys. And if something happens to him, this is going to be a fucking international incident. And so we did
the problem
lean
with this
into
is
Ravi.
I don't think this will harm his reputation at all. The fact that he fucks hookers and does cocaine.
Yeah, we haven't heard the rest of it. I don't know. It's 5 minutes long, but yeah.
The fuck is he? And this kind of thing. And we are going to roast you and cook you if you don't. And so he gave us the number of a massage parlor.
What?
And it was like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm thinking in my head, like, I've got an interview planned for him with some VIPs, and I'm really not sure if he's going to be okay. And everybody's like, shut up, Bethan, just, be silent. We need to let it run its course. And I was like, okay. And so I left Montreal. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. He wouldn't come out, or he wasn't around. And so I went back, and I did receive a few texts going, "Right you are, that's over. Get used to it, girls. I'll be fresh as a daisy tomorrow." And I'm like, okay, fresh as a daisy tomorrow, right? And
he did tell you, he did say something in passing. You said, well, he was drunk and high.
Yes.
Yeah.
So while we were coming back into the hotel, he's like, "Right, tour's over. We've sold no tickets." I think they'd sold like 60 tickets. And I'm thinking, like, how are they going to do $80,000? And they've sold 60 tickets at, $50, like, so 60 times 50, I'm like, they probably made $3,000. Like, that's not even close to 80 grand. Like, how are they going to do this? And he's like, I'm going to Calgary, I'm going to get nicked. And,
There you go.
and then the tour's over. And I was like, and I mean, like, he was he was drunk, he was high, he was blathering. And I just, like, again, it was another one of those things. I'm just going to plant a flag right there. And so
that's the Bart Simpson meme. What an odd thing to say.
Yeah. And then when I saw that arrest last night it was like midnight Eastern Standard, and I was like, that's what he meant. Oh, and then the Save Tommy thing was like out. Like, they had a domain name, they had it ready to go. Like, it was boom, and
Tommy.
Alexa was like, Save Tommy so fast. And
blink and you'll miss it.
Give me a lawyer. And I was like, that's what getting nicked meant. And so I knew right there in the core of me that is staged, that is a lie, like, all of this is shenanigans. He said it to me. I was there. He was intoxicated. It slipped out. So I went to bed last night, like, kind of upset, feeling that, I've just been a witness to a lie. And actually I got a text, and like this morning, and, and I felt really conflicted about what to do, because they told me, like, shut up.
Anyway, we got the point. You get the point, right? So, I mean, this is a story. This is like 6 months old. Essentially, like I said before, Tommy Robinson goes to Canada. They're supposed to raise £80,000. They haven't sold many tickets. He ends up doing a bunch of coke, fucks a prostitute, and then he's like, oh, fuck, I'll just get arrested. And he gets arrested, and then it's all over Twitter. And it's like, Tommy Robinson's been arrested again for the fucking 100th time. Oh, my God, save Tommy. Tommy Robinson. And then he gets his money, and then he fucks off back home, and then buys like some fancy like designer clothing for his children with all the money that's been donated to him by working class people who are concerned about their children being raped by Pakistanis. So the guy is a fucking parasite. He's a parasitical cunt. And I want, for the record, I don't care about anybody doing cocaine, and I don't care about anybody doing, like, having sex with prostitutes. I actually work in a genuine working class job with working class people, and they all do coke, and they do ketamine, and they do drug, and they have sex with each other, and they talk about it quite loudly. And that's just the way working class culture is. I mean, it's not really a very big deal at all. So I'm not getting like smarmy about this. But this guy is just a fucking liar who gets repeat arrested and throws down the victim card. That's what he does.
What about the guy who will say, look, he is this natural, because I mean Sargon's on Tommy's side, so Sargon is basically, his view would be that Tommy is the natural expression of like the lumpen.
But he's not. My response to that, he's not, because the average working class Brit doesn't give a flying fuck about Israel. And that's it. End of story. The average working class Brit doesn't even know where Israel is. You could say on a map.
How much is the Israel thing wrapped? How much is the Israel thing involved in like the marches to London and that? I know we've talked about this before, that the people who are going don't really know why they're going when they go. It's a really weird thing. But so they are just like, they have this like feeling that something is wrong. They want to express it. They go down. It's a nationalist impulse that's within them. And I am conflicted as to whether it's the right thing to say to these people, no, you're all wrong.
Your mic's gone, mate. I can't hear you. Mike has been unplugged. Mossad has unplugged SJJ's mic.
Sorry.
They've assassinated SJJ. It's all over.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, mate. Yeah.
All right. I got really excited then when I was like,
he started fucking smashing the room up. Fucking Tommy Robinson. Fuck that. Yeah, Jesus, mate. Oh,
This
man.
is a new song, by the way. Oh my god. Holy shit. Just wait
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy.
I don't listen to it.
St. George's Cross, a Union Jack, soft line, or a sea of patriots and hooligans all gathered in the street. Cause the boats won't stop and grandma's locked up for hurty words of hers were just too mean. We're not free. And everybody sang, hey, Tommy.
Oh. So, when there is this natural enthusiasm towards an ethno-nationalist impulse, because that's what this is in these people. They have this natural impulse towards their ethno-nationalism. They don't realize it, but are we wrong to like go and, you know, piss on their bonfire? That's the question. I think Bruce has gone for a pee, actually. Whilst that was on, he's like, fuck this. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to the toilet. I'm going to imagine that the toilet bowl is Tommy's face, and I'm going to pee all over it. But yeah, I am conflicted about this point. Is it the right thing to do to step on these people who don't know any better? They don't have any other kind of outlet for this thing. Is their impulse a good thing or is it a bad thing? Is Tommy just the Pied Piper? Is he leading them over the cliff? Or is this incrementalism on the streets? Because let's be honest, what other kind of like ethno-nationalist impulse would even be tolerated? I don't know. And so the Sargon of Akkad argument would be that maybe you should just lean into this because it's the only game in town. Anyway, while Brutus is...
I'm back. What did I miss?
Oh, right.
That's my last pee of the night, I promise. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I was just saying I'm conflicted about whether we should like crush the impulses of these people of following them, even if he's the Pied Piper or not, because what else do they have?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's the right thing to do. Sargon leans into it. He's going to the rallies and trying to like add in a little bit of a pink pill, if that's the right word. I don't know what the pink pill is, but
yeah, I mean, I tend to take the position of cup is half full rather than cup is half empty. And
because how much is the
for
Israel
example,
thing
you meet a guy in a
part
pub,
of
or you
this?
meet a guy at work, right? You meet a guy at work. I'm hanging out with a guy at work right now. Doesn't know anything about politics. I managed to convince him to vote for Nigel Farage when everybody else at work was like, "Oh, Farage is a racist." I mean, this is the fucking level that these people are on. They think that Nigel Farage is an evil Nazi, and I'm sitting there thinking, like, you've got no idea, like, you got no idea, buddy, like how right wing I am in comparison to Farage. So, you know, you meet a guy at work or you meet a guy in the pub and he says, Tommy. Again, like Donald Trump, he is a symbol of anti-immigration, etc., etc. I would say support it externally. If you get to know the person better, then maybe you could say, well, you know, he's a massive supporter of Israel, and then have that conversation. So, yeah, I mean, I just try and view it from a cup half full kind of point of view.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on the wrong microphone. Somebody in chat let me know that I was quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, I don't know. There's no other options, is there? I mean, here's the thing. At least he hates Islam, I suppose. What else do we have?
Yeah, I mean, I got this. I'm going to share this. So there's this funny argument between Dan Blizzarian, like Dan Blizzarian, Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson actually posts this. Like, I don't know, like how long this bullshit is going to last. Do you know what I mean? Like, how long are you going to get away with like posting a meme like this, actually pretending that Israel is defending white people from Islam? Like, what the fuck, dude? So ultimately, Tommy has to be brought down. He has to be brought down. I know it kind of sounds like I'm contradicting myself here, but I mean, I don't know, man. Like he's got to be. Ultimately, he has to be brought down, and we have to have people that are going to pop up and take an anti-Zionist position. It's got to happen. And that's it, you know. And the Gaza conflict has just pushed this into the forefront. Like
the problem is the
like,
anti-Zionist position is the
Yeah, go
Muslim
on.
position in the UK. This is the problem. You're implicitly siding with Muslims, aren't you?
Well, I don't support
So
either of them. I mean, and that's what needs that. Well, you just got to build your own movement. You got to build your own movement, which is English ethno-nationalism, which is basically just says fuck both of these people. You know, fuck Palestine, fuck Israel. I don't want anything to do with either of them. They're both a bunch of cunts, and we're getting like herded into this choice of like, oh, you either have to side with dead Palestinian children or dead Jewish children or whatever, and it's like I don't care. I don't care about either of these. I don't care. I don't want anything to do with this. This is a foreign war. Leave me alone. Go away. I'm English. I care about my country. That's the solution to all of this. But you got to build that. And unfortunately, like a lot of the Nazis, of course, are just siding with the Muslims, and that's a mistake. I mean, we make fun of this every week, right? We got the Nick Cotton segment, right? So
it goes back to this idea that I said earlier, that you know that like the Middle East, Israel now seems to be in the grip of people who are wanting to bring about their apocalyptic vision. They have this zeal, and like, did you hear Netanyahu when he said Israel is fighting a 7-front war? Did you hear that?
Do 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 do
do do do do do do. I'm gonna fly to Mars. What was it? A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back.
Yeah, dude, love the white stripes.
This is from Revelation, the book of Revelation. The 7 horned or whatever, the 7 something. Richard Spencer posted about this. He just like put it's Israeli interesting or something. This is invoking the book of Revelation. So, which is really weird for the Israelis to be doing that, because the book of Revelation is a Christian book. So what are they doing? They're signaling to the American Zionist Christians, like, we are bringing about your vision, because the Zionist Christians in America, who are like the biggest faction, are the ones who want to bring about the end times in Israel because they believe that it's going to bring Jesus back.
I got to say, like, I was in Brazil once, and I was trying to get a job in an English teaching company, and I kind of like, while I was going through the interview and that, like, I kind of befriended this guy that was working there, and he was a Christian Zionist. This is before I knew anything about the Jewish question or anything, but I'm talking to this guy. And evangelicalism was like a new thing in Brazil at that time, and they were causing like a huge disturbance. Obviously, Brazil, a very Catholic country, but the evangelicals were like famous because they have this religious parade in Rio de Janeiro every year, and the evangelicals like burst on there, took like statues of like Mary and Jesus, like smashed them on the ground. They like, it's like fucking psychotic.
Wow.
Like just iconoclasm. Like, it's like, what the, like, chill out, bro, you know? But so I ended up talking to this guy, and we're just having a little bit of a back and forth, and all of a sudden he turns around and he says to me, but I believe that Israel should be defended, you know? And like, I didn't even know what Israel was at that point. Like, I was just geographically unaware of this country. Like, I'd heard of it before, but I didn't understand its significance, you know? And I'm like, okay, bro, but it was such a strange thing. Like they'd really implanted this thing deep inside of him, like an emotional connection to Israel and how it has to be defended. We have to defend Israel. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is what you say is true. Like there is definitely an American evangelicalism, and
there's an end times cult
that
and it's largely in America amongst the Zionist Christians. Let's be honest, it's not just the Jews. Probably the Zionist Christians have as much influence or whatever, or even more. And you can see Netanyahu playing into this. When he said that we're fighting as 7 nations, I was like, whoa, buddy.
Yeah, they're talking about it. I mean, there was a whole bunch of chit chat on the internet like 6 months ago about the red cow. Do you remember all that? They had the red cow ready for sacrifice. Yeah, it was ready for sacrifice. Yep. So it seems like they're building up to the end times. This has all been planned out. This is all like mixed up with Jewish mysticism. This gematria and mixing up, like the dates and the numbers and the numerology and all this. Like, yeah, I don't know. They're probably planning it. I just don't really believe in any of that shit. So I think it's just like hot air, and it will eventually dissipate. But they definitely appear to be building towards the Third World War. I'm to be honest with you, I'm just, like I said in the stream last week, I'm just not convinced that anybody has the motivation to fight a Third World War. I just don't think we are the same white nations that we were 70 years or 80 years ago when we fought the Second World War. We just don't have the same level of masculinity or patriotism, and people just aren't really interested. People want to masturbate and watch Netflix. That's what they want to do. So I don't think you're going to see millions of men rising up and saying, yeah, war, which is what you need. And I don't think anybody's can be asked, to be honest with it. And you can say, well, the government could force them to fight. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, they kind of could, but you kind of need that psychological oomph, It's like crowd management, mob management. You want the mob to take the apple and try and bite it, go for the carrot, right? And if the mob is just like disenfranchised and depressed and they can't be bothered, then I don't think they're gonna take the carrot. So I think we're entering into a world of mercenary warfare, and small groups of like SAS or Z or whatever, just like fighting each other and squabbling, and it's kind of like it's on the news, but most people just don't give a shit. So I don't really feel like we're going to have a Third World War. I don't feel particularly threatened by it.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not a World War III believer. I don't think it's coming. Now, I think in Germany in I think it was 1930, was it 35 or 6?
Yeah.
What they did is they instituted national service, and that was how they got their army quickly. It was either 35 or 36, I forget. I've been reading Churchill's book, still not finished it. But all of a sudden, they introduced 2 years of national service from 16 to 18, and all of a sudden then you have your basically 2 million people army, and within a couple of years, and they're ready. And so this is what you would see happen, first of all. So that's why it was a little bit concerning, like half a year ago when the Conservative Party for the first time brought up the idea of national service. Because you're like, whoa, like this is like what Germany started doing, in the lead up to the war, and like 4 or 5 years later, they were involved in a world war.
Yeah.
So that would be the first sign, because you need like to train your men, your young men. You need to get your army of like 16 to 18-year-olds properly trained, ready to go to war. You can't just conscript like, I know, you and me off the street and expect us to go and fight tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's insane. So yeah, it would be telegraphed basically. Is what I'm saying. If we were heading towards World War III, I don't think we are. But
I don't think we are. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's yeah, but there's definitely this apocalyptic cult that has their hands on what's going on in the Middle East, and I think they're trying to play out the script. Yeah. They all have an end times view. The Muslims think they're going to fight the Christians too. So
I don't think anybody's got the energy for it. I just think like I think it got exhausted with the Iraq War. That was the big opportunity for the Jews. It was 9/11. They kind of like blew their load with 9/11. If you want to like analyze politics from a sexual point of view, it was like that was it. That was like the big boom, right? 9/11. Everyone got angry. We invaded Iraq. We invaded Afghanistan. We saw the videos on the internet. They were saying they wanted to do Iran as well, but they didn't manage to pull it off. And now everyone's like, well, we tried that. It was shit. It was 20 years of shit. And we can't be asked now. And I just don't like. They're trying to go for a second round, and I just don't think it's going to happen. So
I mean, who would be the target anyway? It would be Iran. There's like mountains between Iran and Israel, so there's not going to be some kind of land war. They're not going to like roll up and over the mountains. So effectively, it's going to be just throwing missiles at each other. Worst case scenario, America gets involved and just like bombs Iran back to the Stone Age. I don't think there needs to be a ground war.
I made this point, and Tharium disagreed with me. But I mean, there was a great video that some dude made on the internet just saying like the chance, the opportunity to invade Iran is gone. Like we don't have military bases in Iraq anymore. We don't have military bases in. Maybe we still have bases in Pakistan. I'm not sure, but
Saudi Arabia, don't we?
Well, yeah, but you still got to go through Iraq to get to Iran, right? Or what are you going to do? You're going to do like a sea invasion, like across the land. I don't know. Like it, I don't think it's such an easy country to conquer, and I think that
They'd just be bombed. They'd just bomb them from far away. Just throw loads of bombs at them, wouldn't they?
Well, America got beat in Vietnam. America got beat in Afghanistan. They're not as scary as they make out to be, right? I don't know. I don't think there's like. I mean, if they put all of their force and their energy into it, then yeah, they could conquer Iran. Definitely, they could. But will they? But when the American public are just like, fuck this, we don't want to be involved in this war.
No, I think what they're holding out for is that the Iranians will topple their Islamic regime, and then it'll go back to some kind of, more secular, West favouring religion, like it was in was it the 50s? I think they're hoping for that.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
Can we switch gears a second? Just talk about something that happened this week.
Yeah, go on. Go on.
This is a gossip section. So, Jean-Francois Gariepi this week has apparently fled his home.
Oh, fuck,
for unknown reasons.
Hang on. So, this is like the second big E-celeb that's just like been arrested in like a week. First,
he's not arrested, but he's like in hiding, and he's no longer doing his show. He said he's basically on the run, and he broke down.
Be aware of E-celebs. That's what I'm gonna say. Be aware of E-celebs, guys.
And he did the space. He can only do a space. He's going sitting in his car and just doing a space down his phone, and he started crying.
Oh fuck, man! Yeah, look. By the way, this is one reason why I drink on a stream. Like, I'm not trying to be fake. Like, I am a fucking degenerate, and I never want to be in a position of having people say to me, "You pretended to be like this alpha male, clean cut, guy." No, I'm a fucking degenerate, dude. Like do not put yourself on a pedestal. Okay, my advice to any aspiring e-celebrity out there: do not fucking put yourself on a pedestal, because people will rip you off it and beat the shit out of you and stamp on your face and break your teeth. Okay, so go on, yeah.
Anyway, let's just listen to this little bit
go on.
to check in with JF.
I'm declaring code orange vacation, and this is some order to my staff and the people who care for the Discord server, the Telegram, other entities that I control, to just take care of it.
Fuck, dude.
And
yeah.
Just keep taking good care of it while I can. And
oh man,
it's very rare that you will have heard me cry, but it is out of attachment to this community and what I've built across the years. And don't worry about my situation. I'm crying, but not out of despair here, but out of love for what we've built, which has resisted many attempts, many attacks, many hits by censorship across the years. And I don't want to impose you guys 1 hour of crying, so let me try to take back my emotions here. And that's all I meant by Code Orange, is that I'll count on you guys to take care of all of this for an unknown period. I cannot know exactly when I'll be back to my computer.
Yeah, dude. Like, oh man, yeah. Don't cry on the internet, dude. Don't fucking do that. That's not good.
What I've been seeing, what I've been
I don't want to listen to
responding
this anymore.
to is simply threat.
Can we stop that? Like, yeah, poor guy. Like, whatever. Like, life is shit. Don't cry on the internet. Don't do that. I mean, did he kill his wife?
Can you hear me again? Yep.
Yeah,
my mic unplugged again. Holy shit. So look, I don't believe he killed his wife. Here's the thing: she is missing. I did some streams about it at the time. It's very weird, but he is extremely autistic. She was like autistic and schizophrenic. What's the word? Where they're not fully schizo, but they have schizoid delusions. He probably had 2 kids with her. They were hiding them off the internet because he didn't want the internet to know about his children. It all came out at the time. If she's vanished, well, she has vanished. She's disappeared. I can understand that she would disappear because she was like crazy.
Yeah.
And JF put up with a lot with her because she was a schizo woman, but it's very strange for a woman to abandon her children.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, the thing, like, I lost sympathy for JF when he started doxing people. That's what turned me against him. Like, fuck that guy. Like, fuck it. Like, your best friend, Lidl's, works at Lidl's. That guy. Who's that guy that works at Lidl's?
Colin Liddell.
Yeah,
he's not
he works
my best friend. I mean, he's somebody I retweet again on the internet.
I just taking the piss. But anyway, like he did a very good segment talking, and he had a part where he had a video clip of JF essentially just doxing somebody, and I was just like, fuck that, like, fuck you, I'm done. And that was when I lost all sympathy for JF. So there you go.
That was when he was in this war with the Groypers. So here's the thing, I don't condone that either. I don't condone doxing. I think it's terrible. But I think the Groypers come at you hard. If Nick Fuentes sets his Groypers on you, it's like all-out war. So
yeah, because
I don't know exactly what happened at that time.
He's a fucking Jew. So there you go. I mean, that's that then, isn't it?
So, like I say, there might be reasonable reasons why he was really firing back, but
yeah, I wanted. Oh, fucking open the other tab. Sorry. I wanted to talk about this. Just because I thought this was very interesting. This kind of like shows something. Sorry, I'm stuck. I've forgotten how to use. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. I've Now this guy fucking rambles a lot, so I don't really want to like
during these 10 years, but even so, I have swallowed my ego.
Oh, it's time-stamped.
Most young guys, I would have said, go into political parties, work your way up.
There you go. That's all I need to say. The guy fucking rambles like a motherfucker. I gotta be honest. Like I love the guy, but he just. I was thinking of playing like the first 3 minutes just to show an example of like how to like not ramble at the beginning of a YouTube video, because he's like, I want to talk about this and my feelings and there's something I want to say, and then he goes like a giant circle.
And I've been thinking about saying this for a very long time.
And it's like, fucking say it, bro. And you just fucking say it. And I don't know, man.
And it's something that really been on my mind for a very, very long time.
Yeah. 3 minutes of that. And you're like, maybe it's like expert psychology. It's like it's the build up, because you're like, fucking say it, bro. Tell me what it is. And you just got to wait until he drops it. But anyway, there, got it. Boom. Essentially, the golden one supports entryism. So there you go.
Right.
And I am in favor of this. Well done. Good job. He has given up on accelerationism, and he's embraced the golden pill of entryism into political parties to seize power. So good job. Well done. Golden one. We support you 100%. Go Sweden. There you go.
Let's go. Let's brah.
There you go.
That was his old name. Let's brah, on the bodybuilding forum.
Oh, is it really? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like the guy. Like, I don't want to make fun of him. Like, I think he's genuinely done a good job. Like, he obviously physically fit, physically healthy. I'm not really into the bodybuilder thing, but whatever. He's a strong guy, and got a wife, got married, got kids, steered away from internet drama. Like, you don't see his wife's face on the internet. Like, you don't see his kid's face. He steered away from all of that, dodged that bullet. And now finally, like, you can see the emotion in his face. Like, he genuinely feels this. Like, he feels like it's churning him. It's bothering him like deeply. And he's just.
What's his point? That he feels he's like recommended the wrong path to people, and so he's like sent them down like an accelerationist route, ruined their lives. They don't get anything for it. We don't get anywhere, and maybe it's better to enter like the rungs of power and try to wield influence. Is that what he's saying? Don't destroy your lives, guys.
Well, but not in such a negative way. He says that he's been encouraging people to do fitness and health, do self-improvement, find a wife, get married, have kids. Yeah. And he says like he doesn't disavow any of that. All of that advice was good. It's just that he's kind of been promoting this accelerationist ideology, I suppose. Of like
secret neo-Nazism.
Yeah, the whole. Well, I mean, look, he's Swedish, okay? So my opinion on history, as you know, I believe that history is subjective. So it really depends on what was in Sweden's interests in the Second World War. Yeah. And I'm not Swedish and I haven't really thought about it. So it's probably in their best interest just to remain neutral. And they helped the Nazis and they made a bit of money out of it. And that was it. That was in their best interest to do. So whatever, I'm not really bothered. I can 100% understand, Swedish people supporting Nazism because Nazism was never a threat to them. So whatever, So I'm not really bothered about that at all. But essentially, like as I say, I'm not a huge follower of the Golden One, but as he says in the video, he appears to have been supporting this kind of like accelerationist viewpoint of the world is going to collapse. Don't bother getting involved in politics. And now he's grown up a bit and he's lamenting it. And I think this is quite a big deal, actually. I think it's a quite big deal. He is quite a big figure in Swedish politics. He's certainly quite a big figure in ethno-nationalism. I mean, everyone knows who the Golden One is, right? And he's made this video, and the title of the video is "I am wrong, I am sorry," and he feels to be. It seems like he's having a genuinely like emotional like feeling here, and he's saying, "Well, get involved in politics, guys. This is how we win. You can either do politics or politics will do you." And I completely 100% agree with him.
Yeah. Okay. Good on him. Yeah, grown up, got a kid, realise what's important in life.
Yeah,
I guess the divide between us I hate to say the movement, but the divide between ethno-nationalists is those who believe that the way towards like victory.
Mike. Can
you hear me now?
Yeah.
The divide is between those who believe in accelerationism, LARPing, effectively, foreign ideology, National Socialism, waiting for the collapse, and that suddenly we're going to sweep to power or whatever. And those people who believe that this is a failed ideology, that, it's only going to lead to further disaster, you'll get your life ruined, it's bad for the future anyway, and that, we have to go the other way. And there's a split down the middle. In fact, Joel Davis and Keith Woods are having the argument at the minute on Twitter.
Oh, right. Yeah, you keep talking about Joel Davis, like fucking some Australian Nazi dude. Yeah, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Do you want to watch the We never actually watched this. We kind of like missed this because we should have milked this. We really should have milked this because this is such a great clip.
Strength is powered by your love. You wanted to see me broken.
Oh my God.
Now, with tears in my eyes. More for you. You didn't realize that my strength is powered by your lies. You are the wrong one, the violent one,
Thanks,
the weird
Queen.
one. Whereas I am the chosen one. Because I am of the first one. You see this skin I'm in?
Oh,
this
fuck me.
beautiful mahogany brown. The skin you don't have, I believe. So why you try so hard to achieve by burning yourself in the sun? For me, there's no need, because I am the chosen one, for I am of the first one. I know I'm black and beautiful, an African freedom fighter. My skin is my protection.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it?
It don't matter, because I am the chosen one, for I am of the first one.
I'm the
You created
chosen
a
one.
structure that made you seem great, when the simple reality is, it is all fake. Because I am the chosen one, but I am of the first one. So you wanted to see me broken, head bowed and tears in my eyes. More for you, you haven't realized. My strength is despite your lies.
This got elected into an English parliament. Like what the actual fuck is going on here, bro? I mean, I will say, like, she does have a point in that Africans.
Did she write that? Or is that some poem she's reciting? I hope she didn't write that. God forbid.
Yeah, but it's like black supremacism in the English Parliament now.
This is how these people feel.
That's how they feel. I mean, and they've got a point in that black people are very, very resilient to eradication. Essentially, I don't know, like they breed, they fucking breed, and once you've got them in your country, they're not going to go away, and
that's beautiful.
And that's beautiful, and that's great, and I support that, and I love that. But whereas white people will like look at the news, and they'll be like, "Oh my God, the economical situation is bad. We can't have children," and then black people will just like have 10 kids because they don't give a fuck,
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, dude. Like, but this is in the English Parliament, like.
Yeah, she's always been an incredibly radical, left-wing, essentially black supremacist. She's one of these with a real chip on her shoulders. You know, the boot of the white man has been keeping her down, and she's fought against it. And you know, it's due to her blackness that she's, I know, only gotten so. It's kind of there's like
well, everybody's age.
Sorry, that there's a contradiction in this worldview that they, at once and the same time, they believe their blackness is the reason that they've been held back, and that their blackness has gotten them to where they are.
Yeah, I'm great because I'm black, and also I'm repressed because I'm black.
Yeah.
I'm superior because I'm black, and also I'm a victim.
Exactly.
Which one is it, bro?
This is a contradiction of racism, of you know, what these people are.
Anyway, so I found this guy on Twitter. This is my new hero.
Well, the way I see it, 21st century has nothing to offer me. It's absolute hell. Every single second is hell. Hate every second I'm awake. So if I can just avoid the 21st century, just completely get it out of the picture entirely, I'm doing a good thing.
What about the modern age makes it unbearable to you?
Well, everybody's an idiot. You can't do nothing without somebody giving you a hard time. Fun is pretty much entirely illegal. There's no airplanes where you can smoke. Yeah, with the lingerie lunches, ain't none of that anymore. There's an absolute lack of any sense in the general population. Everybody's just crummy, walking around looking like freaks. I don't care for them one bit. Around these parts is pretty much one of the only places north of the Mason-Dixon you'll find any single person with any defining characteristics whatsoever. You have no idea how difficult it is to have an actual conversation around here. These people are no good. They're no good whatsoever. The internet's a bad place for bad people. They can all scram. Let me alone. Although the way I see
I'm with
it,
you, bro. I'm with this guy. I vote for this guy.
My God.
I vote for this guy, dude. Like he's got it figured out. Oh man.
Yeah, he's not getting a girlfriend, is he?
I don't know, mate. Maybe he could get like a crazy girlfriend. I don't know. Anyway, that's it. Oh, do we want to watch this? I didn't actually watch this. I actually asked on Twitter whether we wanted to inflict this on our audience, and you guys did not answer, and so I guess we'll just play it. Like, let's watch this.
Okay.
Here we go.
When old Donald used to run the country, the subdivision tried to build a wall.
He made a few of his people wealthy. Oh, he don't care about the rest at all.
He's got convictions, he did the nasty and undermined the Constitution.
He's an oppressor of civil liberties, megalomaniac Republican.
It's actually pretty good. It's pretty good. I think they got it, man.
You see, she's safer than him with.
Anyway, that's from England. So I want to officially apologize to the whole of America for that. I'm sorry, but we did that. I'm sorry. What can I say? We've got another funny. We're entering into the funny videos part of the show. Hopefully, the next segment is coming up soon. But I'm sure I don't know if you guys have seen this video, but this is kind of fucking hilarious. This is still sharing. So I've had too much to drink.
Yeah, it is.
Oh fucking hell! This is kind of funny.
Stepping into a room with other black politicians who are also like, yo, how do we change the world? Yo.
He's had enough. He's had enough, dude. He's just had enough. Oh man, that's so fucking funny. He's just had enough. He can't take the propaganda anymore. He's had enough, and he snapped. Oh
yeah, that's how I feel if there's a black guy at the front of the auditorium telling you about how oppressed they all are.
Oh dear. He's just had enough. This one's kind of funny.
Career-defining, country-defining on May the 7th. This is a real career-defining, country-defining election that we face on May the 7th. This is a...
So the joke here is that he accidentally let slip his real thoughts in the general election. It's a fucking career, dude. That's all.
Future Prime Minister, right there. I'm still standing by my predictions that I made before the election.
Oh,
I
really?
think that, Kemi Badenoch or Robert Jenrick, they're going to be a car crash. They're going to get rid of them after a year. They'll probably have to stay 1 year.
They're going to bring back Cameron.
I think they're going to bring back Cameron, yeah.
Oh,
Cameron
fuck
2.0.
me.
Yeah, they're going to realise that Cameron did it for them. He got them to victory.
Oh, my God.
And they're going to do it again. That's my prediction.
That would be horrific. Yeah. Maybe it'd be like Cameron versus Blair. Can you imagine that? Like the Cameron versus Blair again.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. So, this is kind of funny. Is it playing? Oh.
No.
Oh, anyway. Conservatives did an interview. They're blagging on about winter fuel payments. The guy's wearing a fucking Rolex watch. Anyway, it's just kind of funny. It's just a meme. I wanted to play... Oh, it's all flat earth stuff. I wanted to play the... Here we go. I just want to play this. Okay, and then that's it. I'll pass it over to you.
Legal representation. These police officers have not allowed me to I like some legal representation. These police officers have not allowed me to have any. I don't know what this is all about.
Kill the president?
No, sir, I didn't. People keep asking me that. Sir?
You shoot the president?
I work in that building.
Were you in the building at the time?
Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir.
Back up, man. Did you
Come on,
shoot
man.
the president?
No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I lived in the Soviet Union. I'm just a patsy.
President?
Anyway, that's fucking crazy. I've never seen that guy before say that he's a patsy, but there you go. He's on video saying he's a patsy.
Yeah.
Boom.
And then doesn't he get shot by...
Yeah, he gets shot, yeah.
By Jacob Rubenstein.
Yeah. But we love Israel on this channel. This is a peace and love channel, and I think Jewish people are trying to do like Tikkun Olam, and they're trying to fix the world. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that.
It's a blessing.
It's a blessing. Tikkun Olam. Oh fucking hell!
AI.
We keep getting consistently 33 viewers, so I'm worried that we're being watched by the Freemasons, but hopefully not.
AI has finally broken out of the box and gone out of control.
Oh man. Oh shit. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man. That is dark. Yeah. That's actually really dark. Shit, dude. Oh man. Oh man, that's actually really dark.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh, dude. Diddy oil. Oh man. Oh. Oh man.
Anyway,
That gives me a really bad feeling, dude. Fuck, dude. Oof.
Crazy. It touched all the points there, though, didn't it?
You know, I was gonna offer you. I was gonna say that we're finished, but I think I've got one more video to show, and I'm just gonna scroll up and find it.
Yep.
Paddy video. If I can find it. Still.
It took you a while.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Yep.
Okay, you keep talking. I've got a Puff Daddy video. I just want to share it with you.
I love black people and Muslims and the Jews, and I hope that we can all live together in harmony. Kumbaya. Let's heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living,
yeah,
I forgot the rest.
Oh fuck, dude, that took a long time to find. Sorry, there was a lot of scrolling. Right, let's have a look. Present, share screen. Alfred, yeah, here we go. This is.
My name's Ava. I'm a Scorpio.
No. What's your last name?
Ava.
What's your other last name?
Ava.
Eva Baroni Combs? Yes, it's breaking news. Diddy adopted a white child. I want you to tell them the story about how I adopted you. But you still have beautiful parents that you're my child also. But please tell the story.
So, I was on the streets, and then Papa Combs decided that he would like to be a caring man. So then he saw me and decided to pick me up and said to come inside and play with his kids.
Oh man.
Wait, is that P. Diddy? With the beard?
Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. This is like just, yeah. So anyway, he adopted this white girl and he fucked her. Basically, that's the.
Oh my god, dude.
She's on. They're on stream talking about it. Like, I don't know, man. Like,
We want to get it clear. I adopted you like Madonna adopted kids
And
and,
they-
everybody else adopted
and then
kids.
he enters into the conversation. He's like, "No, the internet will get this wrong." I don't know, man. It's just fucking weird. Like, black dude, this other black dude in the background, and they're like, "Yeah, we adopted you." You know, I was on the streets and we adopted you, and it's like, that is dodgy as fuck. It's just
Well, for
dark.
one
It's
thing,
just
she's
fucked
not
up.
on the streets without her parents anyway. I mean, what is going on there? You don't have children on the streets, but the state will take them in and put them in foster care. So I don't.
Anyway, I mean, we haven't really talked about the Puff Daddy thing on this show because I don't know why we haven't talked about it, but we haven't. But he's like the Jeffrey Epstein of Hollywood, essentially. Like, this is what's like. I don't know, man. Like sex parties
of the music business.
Yeah, sex parties, and then film people at the sex parties, get the blackmail. I don't know, man. It seems like people are waking up to this shit. Hopefully, just try and put like a silver lining to all this. It seems like people are beginning to become aware that if you go to the Illuminati sex party, you're going to get filmed, and it's going to get used as blackmail. And this is the way that things work. I don't know. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Do not Fed post Albion in exile.
Yeah.
Do not resist the temptation to Fed post. Breathe in, breathe out, meditate on the river. The river of
We've
life.
got a nice final segment coming up anyway. It's
okay, anyway, let's do the next
positive.
Let's
It's
do
a
the next
positive. You're going to be happy with this because I think Nick actually might be giving up the politics, might be giving up the Islam shit. He decided not to attend for whatever reason Speaker's Corner at the weekend and
Good
debate
man.
this Tommy Tard guy, and I think he said, I'm done with it. So.
Tell me what to do.
Yesterday was the anniversary of the October 7th attacks, and I commemorated it by going to Thorpe Park and riding a load of roller coasters. But I know a lot of you were disappointed that I didn't make it to my debate with Danny Roscoe.
Tell me what to do. I do what I want to. Don't tell me what to do. I do what I want to.
I've been devoting every ounce of strength to a documentary telling Maria Farmer's life story, but also the twisted tale of the epic bromance between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. It's been extremely intense, and I simply burnt out.
I do what I want to.
For reasons that I obviously can't disclose, the situation has escalated and we're having to shut down the project. Maria has received serious threats and has had to make the decision to completely withdraw from public life for her own safety. I have to respect that decision, but it means we have to pull the plug on everything for now. I don't even know if I'll hear from her again.
I do what I want to.
Trying to carry the documentary project alone and deal with the Tommy Tards at the same time caused me to completely burn out, but this is a much bigger mission than those attention seekers. I may have been there alone taking on the hypocrites, but we've shifted gears now. More voices are speaking up, standing their ground at Speaker's Corner, telling the stories that matter.
Today and yesterday marked 44 months Greater Manchester Police have been protecting sex offenders.
These facts are not anti-Semitic, they're not anti-Jewish, is the correct word.
He's still putting these Muslims in his video, but
I'm with him right now. I'm with him.
Greater Manchester Police in the Greater Manchester area for 44 months.
There's no anti-Jewish bigotry here.
Other brave voices have seen what I've been doing at Speaker's Corner, and we are forming a network of people who refuse to be silenced. There's no point wasting our time in endless debates. It's nothing more than a distraction from what really matters. We've got real information to share, and we need to support each other to get it out to the people. That is the mission.
I do what I want to.
I am sick to death of the grift right talking heads that I've ended up next to. Their hypocrisy is off the charts, saying whatever will get them clicks without ever standing for truth. The people I actually love are the authentic artists who've spent years building something raw and genuine in the underground. Real subcultures where people are creating because they believe in it, not because it's profitable.
I do what I want to.
I respect artists, I respect creators, people who make things. I don't respect political talking heads. We are fundamentally different. Artists push boundaries, they build, they create. All the grifters and outrage merchants can do is react. They run as a boring herd, chasing the next outrage, never producing anything meaningful. I want nothing to do with it. For the rest of the year, I'm shifting my focus entirely, making videos about culture, kicking off this month with a whole bunch of deep analysis on the world's best horror movies, digging into what makes these stories so powerful. I'll be creating these videos in exchange for your generous support, and if you want to help keep me going through these extremely unexpected circumstances, please consider donating at the Buy Me a Coffee link.
So anyway,
yeah,
that's Nick. He's given up the politics for now. So I suspect, Brutus, that being involved in this Muslim crowd, has just been an utter black-pilling experience. I mean, what else could it be? So maybe he's seen the light.
Well, I mean, as I've always said, I like Nick. He's a wacky character. He's off the wall. He talks about a lot of controversial subject matters that nobody else wants to talk about, and he gets things wrong and he gets things muddled up in his head. And I respect the fact that his name and his face is out there. I'm just an anonymous guy, on the internet. I don't have to worry about the police knocking on my door. I don't have to worry about getting stabbed by some Muslim guy because I've said X, Y, and Z. But his name and his face is out there, and he's talking about stuff. And yeah, I agree with you. I think he got in with the wrong crowd with the whole Gaza thing. And maybe he's got fed up with it, and he wants to distance himself from it, and I support that, So there you go.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Will it continue the Crystal Girl segment? We hope so. I think he does them on the solstices. So
I 100% support the Crystal Girl hippie girl seduction segment. This is the future of nationalism.
Yeah.
We need to.
By the way, my favourite part of tonight's entire stream, by the way, and I just have to get this out. My favourite part was when Presley said, "In her dreams, the Earth is round, therefore it's round."
Yeah, that's all the evidence I need.
That was beautiful. I loved it. I had to mute myself. I loved it. This is epic.
Well, I dreamt that the Earth is flat, and my dream evidence is superior. But this,
but you're right though. We have to understand how girls think if we're going to win. This is a critical part of it. We can't dismiss. We have to understand this.
We need the females. The females can vote, and we need them because we need to make babies with them, and we need to reconcile. The male-female energy is like off-center for whatever reason, and we need girls on the stream. And thank you, Presley, for coming on the stream, and God bless you, Nick Cotton, for talking to hippie girls. And we need the hippie girls, dude. Like, we can make fun of them, and that's okay, but we need the hippie girls. And I think there's a lot of hippie girls out there who are into crystals, and they're into elves, and they're into astrology, and maybe they don't want to get raped by a Muslim, and they're thinking, wow, shit, this like open borders stuff is not very good. So we need to welcome them with open arms and draw them back in and talk to them about fairies and flat earth and stuff like that. And that's a good thing.
And Presley wants to do aliens, so we'll have to schedule that.
We will do aliens.
I'm interested in aliens.
Yeah.
Where are the aliens? That's the big question. Where are they?
They're underneath the flat earth. Oh, man. Maybe. No, but it's good. Like I'm glad, like, at the end of this, like 4 hours and 40 minutes, we can joke about the flat earth. It's not a big deal. You don't think it's flat, and I do think it's flat, and that's fine. That's okay. We can agree to disagree. The important thing is that we both accept the fact that we don't want Pakistanis in the country, right? That's the fucking important thing here. And that's it, really. Yeah.
We don't want Pakistanis in the country to feel unwelcome.
Yes, because we're against violence, and we don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
Yeah. Glad we could clarify that.
Clarify that small point. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Yeah, dude.
Right, we have to land this plane, Brutus.
Yeah,
Thank you, everybody.
Nice. Yeah, thanks for coming on. God bless everybody. That was a good stream. Enjoyed that.
Thanks, Jord, for coming in and double teaming me. That was
I got mogged on the first hour. You got mogged in the second hour. That was fair enough. And the challenge is still out there, SJJ. We're waiting for you to show your riz. Like, when are you going to bring a girl into the stream? That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, okay. Next week it's Claire everybody.
But she don't count, bro. She don't count.
Talking about white Islam. Okay. Bin bags for all you girls.
Yeah. Hopefully Tharium comes back next week. Tharium, if you're watching, I'm sorry I upset you. I didn't really actually have sex with your mother. That was a joke. And we love you.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, fuck. All right, dude. Right. Okay. Right. Good night, everybody. And God bless. And good night.
Bye.
Good night. Bye.